I'm not narcissistic at all. Nope, nope, I'm not. But I look rocktastic. uh, there you go. Look at that. That's rocktasticness right there, boy. That's rocktasticness right there. Hell yeah. Woo. All right. Yeah. Woo. Rocktastic. All right. So, I pray to God in Jesus' name that I enlighten people, I bring people together, that they show compassion, empathy, decency, love, and God's love on this stream. Because that is our mission with the Queen's Light Brigade. To create a wildfire of change, to diminish the darkness in the world. And I know, God, we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. So, please bless us with a good stream. That's all I ask. Amen. I think we should do that every time we do a live stream, to pray that we do have a live stream that's caring and loving and empathetic and just brings joy and enlightenment to people that come on here to the Queen's Light Brigade. I think that's what we should do on every stream. Yep. So it's not all about me. It's not all about me. You know? And I think God knows in my heart that it's not all about me. It's about me helping people, being the light of the world. You know, I am who I am, right? And if people don't accept it, it's their loss. Easier said than done, though, right? People come and go in our lives all the time, but when you need them the most, especially when I have a son out in Portland, Oregon, going through his addiction with fentanyl and meth, alcohol, they just like, well, you were the problem, not me. You were the problem. But I digress. And I forgave that person live on stream too. And I'm still forgiving him live on stream. Anyway. Cheers, guys. Job Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rocket queen. Hell freaking yeah! I do look rocktastic, don't I? with a Java monster in my hand. Woohoo! Oh, man. Hey, honey. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean that. Hey, honey. For the first time, I actually said a prayer before the stream. And I feel like we should do that. A lot of musicians do it. A lot of bands do it. Madonna did it with her concert tour. All that crap with that, with that. But go back. When I'm live, you can actually go back in the beginning, and you can see the prayer, or hear the prayer, or whatever. And it's not all about me either, okay? Cheers. It's all about being rocktastic and being a good human being. Hell yeah! So here we go. Hey everybody, this is Rocket Queens. Everyone coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. How's it going? It's Friday, and we're live outside. And this is the second sunset. And no sepsis. Second sunset and no sepsis. How about that? What a title, huh? Well, it's the truth. I'm going to tell you guys, that experience in the hospital really, maybe it was a spiritual awakening. I don't know. I didn't see, like white lights or the image of Jesus or what. Maybe I had my own spiritual awakening where my purpose, my mission with the Queens Light Brigade is important for God's light and love to shine. And that I'm a messenger. Hi Ingrid, how are you? Well, thank you very much. Just for that, I give cyber hugs as a way of thanking people and appreciating them. So, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Just by you being here is enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Cyber Love Hug! Welcome to the Queens Light Brigade. Thank you. How are you? How are you, Ingrid? I'm living life. I'm loving my life now after the experience I went through a couple days ago. Hallelujah! I mean, I'm serious and stuff. So nice. So nice. Where are you? I am great. You? Rocktastic. I'm Rocktastic, and I feel blessed, and I feel very grateful. If you only knew what I went through a couple days ago. I live in Rocklahoma. I'm originally from Jersey. My backstory is this. I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. I still am human. I still go through depression, anxiety, panic attacks, maybe a little OCD. I only stream to help people. I don't do this for the fame. I don't do this for the money. God knows my heart. So now I'm living in Rocklahoma with my husband. My husband was the reason I came out here. I think it was God's plan all along. And I met my husband on Xbox of all places. You know, so I'm living the dream here. Well, thank you. You're rocktastic, Ingrid. Where are you from? I am so grateful for the opportunity to live stream on YouTube. Canada, hell yeah! How's the weather out there? I love Canada. But now I heard that Ontario is a it's not a very nice place to be anymore. Just like Vancouver, right? Wonderful. The snow out, so happy. I wish I could have snow. Not that, no, hold on. Like, not that kind of snow. It's always snowing in Miami and also in Tulsa. But anyway, that's a bad joke. But no, I love snow. And in Oklahoma, we get weird weather. Now in Jersey, we can get up to 2 to 3 feet of snow. And every time, you know, on the news in Jersey, if it's about to be a snow blizzard, which is 1 or 2 inches, everybody's like, oh, time to get the milk and bread. We have to go to the store. Time to get the milk and bread. Oh. Everybody panics. Here they just panic if there's just one little inch of snow because nobody has snow tires on. But my first year here, back in 2017, I want my first white Christmas here, okay? My mother-in-law was still alive at that time. My sister-in-law was still alive at that time. Everybody in the family was still intact because my mother-in-law was the glue to this family. And ever since she passed away, I love you, Ma. I love you very much. I miss you so much. I miss your kisses. Anyway, so it actually snowed on Christmas. And my sister-in-law, God bless her, I miss you too, Ann. I miss you. You were the best sister I ever had. She's like, oh, guess what? The Yankee brought snow with her from Jersey. And that's exactly what she said. You know, she used to call me a Yankee. So, blame me. And there was another time, I wish Jim was here and stuff. He hates being on camera, but sometimes I force him to be on camera. But it was back in 2020. No, wait a minute. No, it was back in 2021. That's when she passed away. Now, I always gave my mother and my grandmother flowers and candy on Valentine's Day. Right? Because my mom gave birth to me, and my grandmother loved me, and, you know, all that. Well, when I was here for the first year, I told Jim, well, we have to go to Walmart to get a box of candy and a card for your mother. He's like, what? On Valentine's Day? I'm like, yeah. He said, well, that's kind of weird. I'm like, what? No. He said, that must have been a Jersey thing. I'm like, no. So we went to get a Valentine's Day card and a heart-shaped box. Russell Stover's, by the way, the best. Russell Stover's. And she was in the house, and we gave her, you know, a Valentine's Day gift and card. And you know what she said to me? Hold on. She said to me, well, none of my kids, this is the first time. I always channel my mother-in-law's voice, okay? And my husband hates it because I sound just like her. All right? And she said, well, you guys are spoiling me. This is the first time any of my kids gave me a Valentine's Day gift. Nobody's ever gave me a Valentine's Day gift in my life. And I'm like, Ma, well, now that I'm here, you're going to get Valentine's Day gifts forever. You know? So, and she always used to say I spoiled her and whatever. She loved my cooking. I still miss her like crazy. Thank you, Andrew. Welcome to the Queens Light Brigade. Thank you. They're my trademark. I appreciate your compliment. How are you today, Andrew? So back in 2021, on Valentine's Day, I went to 1-800-Flowers, and I got her a thing of roses, and like a teddy bear, and some candy. And so, you know what happened? She didn't get the flowers on Valentine's Day. You know why? Because of snow. There was 6 inches to 8 inches of snow in our driveway. They couldn't get through. Guess what this Jersey girl did? Yeah. I went nuclear on them. So I called 1-800-Flowers. I went off on them and all that stuff. Do you know what happened? They gave me all these 20% coupons at first and all that, right? So all of a sudden, his mother calls up. Hold on. I'll get to you, Andrew. I swear I will. Hey, sure, brother, what's up? Kiwi Power. All right, hold on. Let me finish the story first. All right. So do you know what happened? They gave her like so many roses and so many bouquets of flowers and like, you know, sun catchers, you know, like the stained glass items you put in the window. They gave her candy. She called up. Vicky, come over here. I have no room for these flowers in this house. In my kitchen, you have to get some of these flowers out of here. I'm like, no, Mom, enjoy them. I hung up. When Jim went over there, she gave Jim the roses. Well, Don't drink and drive. Be responsible. And have a couple beers on me, okay? You'll be my designated drinker for tonight. But yeah, I walked in there. It was like a funeral home or a florist shop. They had all these flowers and all this. It was just funny. And all that. And I promised her, I said, all right, Ma. I promise I'm never going to get you flowers again. I promise you that. So, oh no, it was February 2020. Because she passed away. Yeah, now I'm getting my facts mixed up. Sorry, guys. But when she passed, I said, Mom, I'm not going to give you flowers ever again. I promise you. Well, when she passed away, I got her a casket blanket. Pink roses and carnations and, whatever. And she looked beautiful. Anyway, and so, I gave a little heart to her from the grandbabies. You know what I mean? So I lied, Ma. I lied. All right. Sure, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to snub you off, and you know that. Hold on. Here we go, guy. Have your arms ready. Ready? Let's do the cyber hug. Kiwi power. Whoop. Kiwi power. Cyber hug. There. All right, hold on. All right, I'm gonna go up. All right, man. All right. So Andrew said, I'm doing well, making some supper and stock for tomorrow. How are you? What are you making? Are you making a stew? Are you making a soup? What are you making? And are you inviting me? You should invite me. I deserve a good meal. All right, so wait a minute. Got my beers and no rush. I'm gonna sit down and listen. Nope, I'm done driving for the night. You better. All right, wait. Sure, brother. I'm doing Rocktastic. I was in the hospital for a few days. I had a tube up my nose. You can see the live stream on my channel from my hospital room with a tube up my nose. Yeah, it was that bad. And the worst experience in a hospital ever. I'm telling you. All right, man. Hey, where's the monster? Where's the monster at? It's right here, baby. It's right here, sure. Rocket fuel for me, right? John Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rock queen. Hell yeah! Cheers. Clink. Razor can, Andrew. Clink. Sasquatch from Canada says hi. Oh, don't bring him up. What about the dog man? Are the dog man and Sasquatch gonna meet up somewhere and make babies and make dog man Bigfoot babies? No, dog man foot babies. That doesn't even make sense. All right, wait a minute. Hi, Alexandria. How are you? Oh, Alexander's, how's it going? Welcome to Queen's Light Brigade. Yeah, thank you. I think so too. They're my trademark. All right. So Andrew says, "I'm sorry, I'm so far behind on the chat, guys. When my gums start flapping, I never shut up. Ask my husband." All right, hold on. Just deal with me. I'm getting there. All right, so I had some frozen chicken noodles. I'm making Coke broth to add to it. Yes, of course, come over. You know, I am making stuffed pork chops. Oh! Smothered pork chops? Oh! 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 Oh, most definitely I'm coming over. Oh my God. I almost had big O there. All right. Anyway, all right. I'm glad that you are okay. Got it. Got up. Cheers. Sure, Andrew. Laughing my ass off. That would be wild. Dog man with one giant foot. Yeah. We should do an AI about that, right? And also, Oklahoma has an octopus. Yeah, like the Loch Ness Monster. An Oklahoma octopus. Can you believe it? I never heard of it until just recently. Alexander says, I'm doing well. How about you? I'm doing Rocktastic. I appreciate you for being here. Here's enough. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But sure, brother! I have a story for you, boy. You know Val, the guy from New Zealand. Did you meet Val? I think you were in the same live stream that one time where we were talking about New Zealand and how my grandmother was born in New Zealand and all that. I told my grandfather's name, no, I'm sorry, my great grandfather's name, that was a head horticulturalist at Ellerslie Racecourse in Auckland. He looked it up. And I told him the book that my great grandfather was in and everything. And he's like, oh my God. He says, your great grandfather's connected to a friend of mine somehow. I don't know. I was like, who? And then amazing, right? Yeah, short-term memory loss, right? Your first time here? Well, welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Welcome to Wildfire. I appreciate you, Andrew. Sure, we all know. Even when you're a junkie, you have short-term memory loss. Believe me. I don't know where my money went to. I don't know where my stash went to. I don't know where my rig went to. Yeah, you get it? See, when you're in recovery, you can joke around about that. A lot of people take offense to that. You know what I mean? But it's reality. Everybody has short-term memory loss, whether it be on drugs or alcohol. Your long-term memory is back, though? All right, sure. When did we first meet? When did we first meet? Of all things I lost, I miss my mind the most. I get it. I'm in recovery from hard drugs. I have been clean for 6 years, still fighting every day. Andrew, you have to be proud of yourself. You're a miracle today. And just by saying what you said in the chat is helping others. You know that, right? It's helping me. It's helping me be reminded of where I came from. And you know what? Hold on. Cyber hug. All right. Cyber recovery love hug. Keep on. If you ever need to talk, I mean this, you write to me to my email, or even in like this on the live stream or the video, push you type urgent, okay? I mean this, and we'll talk. You're not getting left behind. We're all in this together. Well, you're right, sure. But what time was it? Thank you deeply from my heart. Thank you. Where is your email? No one gets left behind. We are all brothers and sisters. Laughter is music to our souls. I'm going so far for a fish. My son is pulling on my leg to go fishing. Well, go with him! Families first. I hope you get a big wallop of maybe a swordfish or something. Send me the photos. And give your son a hug too. From me. Okay? Families first. Yes, get a dog, man. Bigfoot fish. Yeah. A hairy fish with big feet that looks like a dog. Yeah. And you know what, Andrew? A lot of people have forgotten to laugh at things, to laugh at themselves. I don't take myself too seriously. I really don't. People think I'm narcissistic. I'm not. I'm not. I'm far from narcissistic, baby. All right, I might play the part. I might play the part of being a narcissist, but I'm not. I love you, Chur. I love you. Give this cyber hug to yourself. I love you, brother. Good luck with your fishing. Yes, I always laugh at myself, and I don't care what anyone thinks. I love being wild. Hell yeah! That's the best thing to be, right, in life? Have a sense of humor. Because when you're using, and you know this for yourself, you're not living, you're existing. Right? There could be a fire in your apartment while you're doing your drugs, you're shooting up or whatever, and you're like, oh, everything's fine. The The fire's not going to hurt me. Nope. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. And here, the walls of fire keep coming closer and closer and closer. Nope. Everything's fine. And everybody's out going to the amusement parks, to concerts, to family gatherings, at barbecues or holidays and whatever. And here you are, what, doing your right? Everything's okay. I'm fine. And you know what fine means? Fine means fucked up, irrational, neurotic, emotional. So if somebody tells you, I'm fine, run. I'm just saying. All right, wait. You guys are amazing. All right, wait. You guys are amazing. I haven't felt this home outside my kiddos and wife's in a while. Amen. So true. Yes, 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 yes. True. I'm using that now. Are you still with your wife and kids? I have 2 kids. I have 4 by well, I have 2 other ones by marriage, okay? But I don't see them as much. And it's not my fault. That's another story in itself. But I have 2 kids, and I lost my 2 kids because of my addiction. Okay? My mother, who's still in Jersey, by the way, is in a nursing home, and she took care of my son Sean up till at the age of 29. My daughter unfortunately got adopted out of the family. Now New Jersey has no open adoption, but because she knew the family and whatever, they and the family that adopted her says, yeah, it's okay that she spent time with us, whatever, okay? My mom couldn't do it because emotionally she couldn't do it. Financially, she couldn't take care of the 2 kids. So I had to relinquish my parental rights to my daughter, which was the hardest thing I had to do in my life, besides getting myself clean and sober. All right, hold on. Let me get back. All right, so, yes, I am. You're still with your family. Andrew says they helped me get out of that dark place. I have one. Phil. Oh, I have one full time, and one is gone. Oh, what? Passed away? I was in foster care and bounced around from my mom's house because of your mom's addiction, but I still have love for her so deeply. God bless you, Andrew. I have something about that too. I did that too. I saw my oldest. It killed me right after my brother died. Full time. I am Batgirl. Well, welcome back, Ingrid. Welcome back, Cyberhug. How's it going? Welcome back. So I'm having a conversation with Andrew and stuff. He's been in recovery for 6 years. And we're talking about his family, about my family, about what addiction does to families. Addiction is a family disease. It affects everybody around them, even the pets. want to tell you something, Andrew. My son forgave me. But when I met Jim, and believe me, when I was in my addiction, I tried my best to spend time with my kids. I love my kids. Okay? I spent Christmases with them. I went to baseball games with them. But sometimes, you know what it's like. You have that thought. You have that best intention to go to their games, to go to visit them on holidays or whatever. And guess what? You take that left turn, right? You know that. I take full responsibility of that. Okay? And a lot of times I can't forgive myself with my kids, especially when my son is living in Portland, Oregon. He's a meth head now, okay? He's on fentanyl. He's dying, okay? He's homeless. His girlfriend, Claire, I support her because she's giving him a lot of tough love, which he needs. My mother gave me a lot of tough love. And look at me now. And I thank God for her every freaking day. You know what I mean? Your oldest is not dead, but she is in another state with her mom. My addiction destroyed that. Yeah, but you know what, Andrew? I'm going to tell you something. Pray about it. You know, I have a situation with my son and my daughter. My daughter shut me out back in 2017 because she thought I was the toxic one. I was just trying to be a parent to her without stepping over the adopted parents' boundaries, okay? So, I hope to God my son gets the help that he needs, right? So, I'm asking you guys, please have your thoughts and prayers go out to my son Sean so he can get help, so he can spread the message of recovery to others, because he has a voice. He's a smart kid. He has a lot to offer to people. He really does. I believe that with my whole heart. I knew exactly how that his judgment is not in this conversation. Don't blame yourself at all. I'm deeply sorry. All right, I'm gonna. I'll take a stab at this, okay? Just for your amusement. All right. So, 402 Sting says, joke! How did Pinocchio realize it was made out of wood? His right hand caught fire. That was a funny one. As soon as I'm gonna admit something to you, 402. When I saw wood and stuff, because that just what popped out at me, Pinocchio and wood. All right, I was like, ah. But then I actually looked at the whole joke and maybe, you know, like for the stream too, like we should do. I have so many plans for the stream, and everything seems to be backed up. Like when you have constipation. Anyway, I wonder if my husband heard that joke. Anyway, so we should have an active prayer list. Okay? So if you're having problems with drugs, alcohol, mental illness, or maybe your family members going through an issue with drugs or alcohol or mental illness, or, you know, or maybe you just got laid off and you're trying to find a job and you're living from paycheck to paycheck or whatever, you know what? We should do an active prayer list. I will pray and I will ask some of my buddies to pray to he's human, he deserves everything. Bossing 707, what's up? I'm Rocktastic, how are you? Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Welcome to the Wildfire. The party's just getting started. In fact, Tom Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rock queen. Hell yeah! Cheers, guys. Clink. But yeah, we should have a prayer list. An active prayer list. And if you go down to my community post, hopefully I can do it either, maybe tomorrow. I'll put it on my community post down below, and I'll say active prayer list. And say you want to have prayers for maybe your son or your daughter or your mother dying of cancer or your father dying of cancer or hoping that you get a job soon or whatever. Okay? Prayer list. Also, I was thinking about this and it just came to my mind. I just lost it. Talk about short-term memory loss. I still go through brain farts every now and then. You know, yeah. I still go through brain farts. Oh yeah. Because of 402 with the jokes, we should have like, you know, like a joke video. Like highlight the best jokes of the week from you guys. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you have dad jokes. Well, I hate that, you know. It's been a long time, Mama. I'm seeing you're live after a long time. Hope you're doing fantastic. No, I'm not doing fantastic. I'm doing rocktastic. Always rocktastic. I'm on fire tonight, baby. I hope you're doing well. You know what? When was the last time you came on the stream? I've had a rough couple of days. I was in the hospital with sepsis. Well, they thought it was like the beginning of sepsis. It was like, we caught it early, which I'm grateful for, but they had a tube up my nose 2 months ago. If I forget about you, I apologize, because usually I'm good with that. But I've had a rough couple of days. But thanks for being here. I truly appreciate it. Just by you being here is enough. That's all I ask. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade is all about. The Queen's Light Brigade is an army that ups with each other, that stands with each other, that supports each other, that empathizes with each other, which sympathizes with each other, with showing compassion to each other, to showing love with each other. Please take care of yourself, Mom. Health is more important than anything. And I agree with that. Yes. And believe me, my husband passed away 15 years ago. Okay? He had a pacemaker. And all I'm going to say is, you can't take your health for granted and stuff. I can't take my health for granted anymore. Because I had like severe back pain and I go through my dark periods of, depression, anxiety, panic attacks. I go to counseling. There's nothing wrong with going to counseling. I go to online meetings at times. I have you guys. I have the Queen's Light Brigade. Yeah. We help each other out, guys. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate, I don't ask for much. I really don't. But a few nights ago, when here I was in a hospital with a tube up my nose, and I went live. I don't know why, but you know what? I need that connection. I need that connection with people. Because I was scared to death that I was going to die. And that's no joke. Sepsis is... Hi, Cherry, what's up, girl? Hey, welcome back. And welcome back to Boss. Oh, welcome back, Cyber. And so, let me move this chair. A couple nights ago, it was the worst feeling, the worst experience I ever had in the hospital. And I was scared. I'm not going to tell you the whole story and stuff. If you want to know the whole story, you can go, look at my other video and stuff. But, they had transferred me from one rinky-dink country hospital in town here, all right, to another rich man's hospital in Tulsa, in OSU. And within the couple hours that I was there in Tulsa, I did a live stream. I was all drugged up, tube up my nose, and my husband was with me in the rinky-dink hospital, but he didn't follow the ambulance to the other hospital. He's like, what's the point? I'll just go home and, they'll tell me what's going on. Well, that never happened. So you know how he found out? He found out through my live stream, through my VOD on here. And he was so pissed, He's like, you didn't call me to tell me what was going on and stuff, but I found out through your live stream. What the heck, Vic? What the heck? And so, but it was the worst experience ever. I had some highlights during the hospital visit. Like, I had to say this joke. Sherry's heard it before. But So here I am, feeling like crap, literally crap, with a tube up my nose. A group of doctors comes in my room with my nurse. Now, these doctors are not chiropractors, okay? They manipulate your muscles. It's a lot different than chiropractic, right? I don't believe in chiropractic because I think it's witch doctor medicine, okay? So here they are, happy students like they are. And so they come in my room, and they, of course, all right. So the head doctor, and he had a mask on, by the way. Took out his hand, and he says, "Hello, I'm Dr. Ty." And you know the first thing I said was that right off the bat, I said, "Is your first name Bo? Is your first name Bo?" My nurse at the computer was like, and my nurse was Asian, by the way, too, okay? And he was like, "I can't believe she just said that." But everybody else was laughing. And you know what was funny about it? Dr. Ty gave me his business card. So he must have loved my joke, okay? Or he really wants to make me suffer with that joke when I see him. Saying, "Oh, you should have said that joke. Oh, I'm going to twist your muscles like this. Oh, whatever." I don't think he would do that. But there was another joke, too, where the saddler was following my nurse. And so a saddler is basically students following nurses around, right? So I asked the guy, "What's your name?" He said, "Scott." And I said, "Tissue?" And that fell so flat. This guy, Scott, was so and my nurse was like, he's like, "Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good at all." And Scott said, "Yeah, I've heard that 1,000 times in my life." No, but it would be Scotch tape. It wouldn't be Scott tape. So that wouldn't work either, but oh well. Can't please them all. But, and the guy looked like Davidas. So, there's a guitarist named Davidas. He's from the Ukraine. He's a real amazing guitarist. And I was looking at this Scott, and I'm like, he looks familiar. I was like, oh my God, he looks like Davidas. And because he had like the same kind of like royal blue shirt he would wear on a live stream or whatever. And I told him that. And he was still, he wasn't interested. He was so serious about nothing because nothing was happening. All what was happening was my nurse typing in notes. Unfreaking And talk about bedside manners. I was driving those nurses nuts. Because I had so much going on with a tube up my nose, okay? I was like, talk about like a nuclear hot flash, okay? I swear. I was sweaty. They turned the thermostat all the way down to 55 in my room. What's up, buddy? What's up? I hope you're not poisoning people at the casino on GTA. I still have post-traumatic stress disorder. Oh, you know what? No, wait, hold on. Rody. I don't want post-traumatic stress disorder from you trying to poison me in Los Santos in a casino. I have a new post-traumatic stress disorder situation with me being in the hospital a few days ago with a tube up my nose. So you're in the clear, buddy. How's that? I'm just saying. But I'll blame you for everything. How are you, Road King? I miss you, buddy. How's your son? I hope you're staying safe in Minnesota. You know, I see pictures now and then on YouTube or whatever, and Minneapolis, St. Paul, Portland. I spent the 90s with a tube up my nose. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. But then it came to me, you know what I'm talking about, brother. Brother. Yeah. It's always snowing in Miami. I just, you know what? Oh my God, Road King. I wish you were there. All right. I did a live stream from my hospital bed, right? With a tube up my nose. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of what you just said? I'm better. I'm not 100%. What happened on Monday is I was in severe back pain. I was going through panic attacks. Jim wanted fajitas. It all started with fajitas, okay? Blame the fajitas. Blame Jim. He doesn't cut onions and peppers too well. He doesn't know how to do that. He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee for goodness sake. I don't know. So I said, I'll do it. I cannot stand for more than 10 minutes. 15 at the most, okay? He said, no, you're not gonna do that. And I said, no, I'm gonna do it. Hard head, remember? Hard head, and I'm an Aries, ram tough. And like I always say on the stream, a hard head makes a soft ass. And ooh, my husband loves my soft ass. Ooh, yeah. I'm just saying. So, I get the, peppers out of the, refrigerator and stuff. I start cutting them up. Pain in my back. And I was leaning over the counter. And he's like, Vic, sit down on the couch. Just sit down. He's like, why don't you cut up the peppers and the onions in the living room? Well, everybody says I sound like a wrestling promoter or something. So I said, no, we're not going to do that. hard head, right? I go back up. I cut the, peppers again. I try to do the onions again, and I'm like, oh, this is not good. And so I said something to Jim. I really, it's not funny. It was really an insult to his intelligence, okay? And so he got mad. He's like, yeah, and he stormed out. Right, so I finished the fajitas. I sauteed the peppers and onions, and I sauteed the steak and everything else and stuff. Right? And so, oh, wait a minute. I just noticed something. You see that? Lights. What the? Anyway, I see the light. Anyway, so I called him up on the phone, and I said, you can cook the refried beans. I'm done, right? I sat down, iced my back. We had the fajitas, okay? My back was still hurting. And I said, why don't we go to Sonic? Right? Just for dessert, just get out of the house, whatever. Okay? He's like, okay. So we go to Sonic in Cleveland, Oklahoma. And he orders like a caramel classic shake, and I order like a Dairy Queen Blizzard. But it's like a turtle truffle shake, whatever. And I'd start, sucking on the straw. Now don't get your mind out of the gutter. I would. I don't know whose mind is more than gutter. I think it's mine. Oh my God. Dirty little mind, dirty little mind, dirty little mind. You remember that song from Jackal? Good song, boy. All right, so I started getting pains up here, like stabbing pains, like somebody was stabbing me with a knife. So I told Jim about it. Jim says, oh, we ate too much. Because, of course, we had 2 fajitas each, and, And so I said, well, I'm going to go. When we got home, I said, well, I'm going to lay down for a little bit. I took my medication, and the pain was getting worse. And I told Jim about it. And here I'm like, oh, I'm going through a panic attack. My back pain level was getting higher and higher. And it was at 12 o'clock at night. Then it started to get at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, oh, I'm in so much pain. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. He knows the routine. He knew this was coming. And he's like, well, why don't we just call the ambulance, Vic? Why don't we just call the ambulance? And we, yeah, let's do it. He said, no. He's like, fuck it. Did just get dressed. I'll drive you to the hospital. Now, I can understand Jim's frustration. I really can. Especially with dealing with a Jersey girl like me that puts up with a lot of Jersey dude, all right? And so, he was tired. It's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. And we had to go to the ER. And I mean, Cleveland Hospital isn't that far away, but still, he's tired. So I get dressed, we go to the hospital, and everybody knows me in Cleveland Hospital. I should have like a plaque above an ER room door. You know. So they rushed me into the back, and the doctor, you know, came right to my face and said, well, you know, you're usually here for back pain and panic attacks, right? I said, yeah, but this time, I said, I'm having pains here. And I said, it feels like somebody's stabbing me in the stomach. Well, he said, all right, we'll do a CT scan. And they were going to, all right, I'm going to say this. For those that don't know, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. My first priority is my recovery. They know I'm in recovery, but I keep telling them I'm in recovery. Okay? It's my responsibility to tell these people. And it's not the doctor's responsibility to find out and go through all your records. You have to tell them. So I do all the time. Ask Jim. So they were going to give me morphine. A lot of people in recovery, especially early in recovery, people can't take morphine because it'll set them off and make them relapse. Right? I know for me, and they know this, I know it's a one-shot, one-done deal. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, right? Now, I don't Jones for it, I don't urge for it, I don't go to the dope man, nothing. But my blood pressure was so low, okay? I mean, dangerously low. Deathly low. And I was getting weaker, okay? So the nurse asked the other nurse, are you going to give her the morphine? The nurse said, no. Her blood pressure is low. And then she says, do you run a low blood pressure and stuff at times? I said, no, usually it's normal to high. And so I was like, well, what is it? She didn't tell me. And here I'm like really falling asleep. I'm like, I was in bad shape, okay? They did a CT scan and they gave me 2. All right, I'm rushing here. The doctor comes in, my husband comes in, my husband's in the back of the doctor, and the doctor says, well, we have to admit you because we think you have sepsis. And when I heard that, oh my God. My white blood cell count was up. That means there was an infection. When I heard that sepsis, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die. They're going to chop off my limbs. I mean, come on. And I mean, you hear the stories on the news, okay? And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die. And he said, well, you know, and you can have surgery because we think you have obstruction in your bowel. And when I heard that too, back in 1996, my grandmother, okay, 1996 was a bad year for me. I lost my grandfather New Year's Day. Then I lost my grandmother on April 1st. Go figure it, right? April Fools. Not very funny. But we thought she was having a stomach virus. But when she puked stuff up, it smelled like shit. We rushed her to the emergency room in Denville, New Jersey, St. Clair's. And her blood pressure was really low. They gave her medication to pump up her blood pressure, and something happened. I think her intestine burst or something happened. Philip, what's up, buddy? Hey, welcome back. How are you? Oi, 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 Sepper hug. How are you? Good to see you. I appreciate you. So, my grandmother never got out of the anesthesia, all right? But when he said surgery, and he thought I might have an obstructive bowel, intestine, whatever, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die. Sepsis, obstructive bowel, oh my God, I'm going to die. Then they said this. Well, we had to put a tube up your nose. I'm like, you got... Here I'm thinking, I'm really knocking on that door. Knocking on heaven's door, right? So they were trying to do it there at the rinky-dink hospital. Hey, Evil, what's up? Welcome to Wildfire. I'm doing Rocktastic. How about you? I'm enjoying my world. It's been a rough couple of days for me. But I'm above 6 feet, right? That's always a good thing. So they were trying to put the tube up my nose in the rinky-dink hospital. Well, they didn't know how to do it. So they're like, well, we'll transfer her to Tulsa, to the rich man's hospital, and let them do it. Because I told them, I said, can't you sedate me while you do this? Because they said, we can't. Well, that's what you do. I'm in recovery. I don't do California sober. I just don't. I'm old school like that. And please don't advertise that. Okay? Have some respect. Okay? You do what you do. Good luck with your business ventures. You know, but you did. I used to say the same thing in my addiction. Oh, I know, but I was still relapsing. I wonder why. Because I knew everything. No, I didn't. Well, Phil, are you up for the job or not? Evil Rick usually does it. And my husband does too. If you're up for it, Phil, let me know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I know a lot of dope dealers, heroin dealers, that never did heroin. It doesn't matter. Dealers don't do their own shit most of the time. And if they do, they usually smoke up the profits, or snort up the profits, or shoot up the profits. Believe me, I know. I was in that world. Okay? You're still promoting it. Do it on Amazon. Promote your business on Amazon. Yeah, Road King, I took a detour. I mean, it's up to you, Phil. I told Rick, listen, you're not obligated to be here on every stream. You're not. Believe me. People have other lives outside of YouTube. Yeah, well, it's more viewers than you'll ever get. See how I handle that? I usually don't let that fly. I usually do it myself, but I just had to have some fun. I just had to entertain him, amuse him a little bit. You know? It doesn't matter, right? Anyway, yeah, let's get back to the story. Everybody loves rocket stories. Anyway, so before they transferred me, and Jim looked really like concerned and worried, and just like he's like, yeah, this is not good. And I think this is the first time in a long time he says, yeah, we made the right decision by taking her to the ER. It wasn't just for the panic attacks and the back pain. It was for something different. And I hope to God that he listens to me a lot more. I'm not saying every time when I go through a panic attack or back issues or whatever, you know, that every time, oh my God, we have to go to the ER. No, I'm not like that. But this was something, I knew something was off. Anyway, so they gave me 2 rounds of fentanyl. Now, fentanyl is more powerful than morphine, and my blood pressure was still that low. So they shipped me off to OSU in Tulsa, and I knew the guys on the ambulance squad and all that. And so this big, burly nurse, I'll call her Big Bertha. Her name was Debbie. Big Bertha, real stock, you know. uh, you know, she said, well, we're going to put, the tube up your nose. And I'm telling you, men out there, if you ever went through, say, kidney stones, or maybe an operation, or you needed a catheter to be put in your penis, you know how painful that is? Well, I felt that way with my nose. And plus, I had an operation on my neck. And they kept on saying it feels like a wall. A wall right here. They said, did you ever break your nose? And I said, no. But they had a hard time getting it down there. And at times, too, because of my neck operation, I have a hard time swallowing food. And sometimes I choke on my food. I mean, because that's what happens when you get neck surgery like that. And I still have problems with it. Well, anyway, so they shoved it down and stuff, and I felt so uncomfortable. And I knew I was dying. And also, when I was 13 years old, my mother had her gallbladder taken out. So when my grandmother took me to the hospital to visit my mother had a tube down her nose. I mean, up her nose and stuff, right? And I thought she was dying of cancer. No, it was because she had her gallbladder taken out. And that's another thing. The doctor did ask me if I still have my gallbladder. And I said, yeah, I do. And so here I'm miserable. I'm asking for pain medication. I was sweating. They gave me something to calm down. I mean, I was a wreck. Every time I moved, that tube moved, I would jolt out my sleep. Horrible time. So within a couple hours of me being in OSU, I did a live stream. I did a live stream. No, that's not narcissistic at all. I think the reason why I wanted to do the live stream because I felt I was dying and I felt like that was going to be my last live stream. That's no joke. That's what I was thinking. Okay? I'm not being over the top either. So here I am. I'm all drugged up. I'm trying to do the title. It was a mess. I only did a short live stream. And the live stream is called I Have Sepsis. This is not good. And so Evil Rick was there. Hold on. Dying Breed was there. Dishpan was there. King, were you there? Talk about short-term memory loss. A couple other people were there, and if I forget your names, I apologize. Oh, all right. So I cut it short and stuff. I try to get some sleep. Well, I got up and I said, I need something for pain. Well, you just have your pain medication at some. I said, well, I'm selling pain. And so the nurse said to me, well, when I looked, it looked like you were sleeping. I said, no, I wasn't. It was a surface level sleep. It was an REM sleep, you know? So I was just having a rough time. So during the day, I'm just going to tell you this one joke. I'm not going to tell you the other joke because it fell flat with other people. But I still had to tube up my nose. I felt like crap. I was in pain. I felt like my body was like 1,000 degrees. They turned down the thermostat to 55 degrees. Okay? It was almost like a meat locker. Almost, you know. It was just, oh my God. And I swear I have post-traumatic stress disorder from this. So a group of doctors comes in. They're not chiropractors. They don't do chiropractic. They manipulate your muscles. It's different. And you see that muscle, baby? Those pythons. Oh, brother. Yeah. Don't mess with me. Anyway, so the group of doctors comes in with my nurse. So the doctor, the head doctor, comes up to me and says, hi, I'm Dr. Ty. And right off the bat, I said, is your first name Bo? So the nurse at the computer was like, I can't believe she just said that. But everybody else was laughing. And you know what happened? The doctor gave me his card. So he must have liked the joke. But they eventually did yank out the tube because they were my time. Yeah, see? But yeah. I love you, Rhodey. Hi, Andrew. Welcome back, honey. How was dinner? Did you save me some? Did you save Road King some? I'm trying to rock on. But that day, I was pushing the nurse's buzzer like every 5 minutes. I was going through a panic attack. I felt like my whole body was 1,000 degrees. I was sweating profusely like a pig. My mind was like, I'm going to die. I'm dying. Nobody's hearing me out. And some of the nurses were being very condescending to me, saying, because I said to them at one point, I have an acid taste in my mouth. And they're like, oh, that's heartburn, honey. What do you take at home, Tums? Real jerks. And the same girl that put the tube up my nose, Big Bertha, yanked that tube out of my nose like that because I had a coughing fit. I thought I was choking. Okay? And they were going to send me home that day. I said, oh, no. I want to sleep. I don't want to be discharged. We have no insurance, by the way. I'm surprised they let me stay for another night because we have no insurance. It's all about the money, right? Awesome! We'll be there in 15 or maybe 5 hours after the stream is ended. But Worst experience ever. And my husband came, to visit me and stuff, and he was kind of pissed in a way because I kept falling asleep on him, and I didn't mean to. I was just tired. You know what I mean? And so I think in a way he was relieved, but at the same time, it's like, well, what's going on? Right? When I was in the hospital, my doctor name was Jeremiah. Oh, you probably said Jeremiah had a bullfrog, right, or something. I asked him if his skunk riz. When he went to leave, I told him to watch his top knot. Oh, God. And doctors get so serious. They don't have no bedside manners. Even the nurses don't have any bedside manners anymore. It's disgusting. They have no compassion for people anymore because it's all about the money. It's all about the money. They don't teach compassion or bedside manners to people, to students anymore. They only teach med students about addiction in some medical schools and stuff. Did you know that? Now they're starting to because of the opioid crisis. But they still need to incorporate bedside manners in Sub 101. See how the lights are now? So, when Jim came, he was trying to calm me down. He knew it was a panic attack. He was talking to the nurse and stuff, and it was that nurse's Friday. So can you imagine his day off? He's like, thank God it's Friday. I don't have to deal with that crazy woman anymore. Jeremiah Johnson was my favorite movie as a kid. I couldn't believe it was his name. What year? There's a my doctor, my primary care doctor when I have insurance, he looked like Magnum PI. He had the Hawaiian shirt. He had the mustache. I loved him. I still love him. My husband loves him because he actually built his own guitar during COVID, and he told my husband about it. So we were getting connected, and then because of the insurance, oh, Robert Redford. And you guys, I don't think you can see me, right? He just recently passed away, about 2 months ago, 3 months ago? But they knew I was back in action when I had that tube out my nose. I was flapping my gums. I was telling everybody stories. I was telling everybody about my YouTube channel, of course. That's not narcissistic at all. No, it's called networking, guys. Networking. Anyway, so and I told the nurses, I actually apologized to the nurses for driving them nuts. But it's their job. And by the way, while my husband was there, now the nurse told me, you're probably going to fart a lot. And that is a good sign because everything's moving down, right? Well, I shit the bed twice. Like, there was like 2 shit grenades just. And one time, my husband had to stand there with me naked with. I know this is very. You're like, oh my God, I can't get that image out of my mind. Believe me, he can't either, and neither can she. I don't take myself too seriously, but anyway. But he said, Vic, if I could have taken a picture of you, especially with, your back and all that. And so he was a trooper. He didn't have to do it. But that's out of love. He loves the shit out of me. But I apologize to nurses. I kept telling them I appreciated them and stuff. And they need to hear that. A lot of these patients, when they're in the hospital, they don't talk to these nurses. They'll just take the medication, eat the food, watch the TV, and that's it. They don't have no conversation with the nurses at all. But with me, it's a different story. A couple of years ago, when I was in OSU for my foot, I had 3 surgeries on my foot. And I was in that hospital for a month. Every day was a party in my room. Every day. Not this time around, though. But I made up for it. So, so yesterday I came home. And we have, you can't see me, guys. And I think it's time to go in, huh? All you can see is, everybody's going to think, I'm an alien or something. Hold on, guys. Oh, boy. All right. Ooh, shining lights. Ooh, aren't they pretty? Pretty shining lights. At least it's not fire going up the tree like it was last year. All right. I have so much to carry. And isn't it peaceful? Do you hear all that with the crickets? I think I should do an ASMR stream and just be quiet and us experience the outdoorsiness, the nature of my backyard. I think that would be very relaxing. Not only for me, but for you too, guys. And here we go. So if it starts to be Minecrafty, you know the deal. I'm on the move. I am on the move. Okay, we're getting there. I'm going to welcome you to my living room. And, here's Jim. Say hi, honey. Say hi.
Yes, Vic. Hi.
And we have somebody from Germany here, too.
Wonderful. Yes, I gotta quit watching TV now.
Say that again?
I have to quit watching TV.
Yep. Sorry. That was my husband, Jim. I had the best husband in the world, and that's just nice because I just spilled that.
Oh, that's nice.
And I didn't mean to.
Inside or outside?
Inside. Oh, sorry. And we need lights. Sorry, Pawnee. Sorry, Pawnee.
Let go.
I know, I was taking a picture of her.
Oh. Down you're setting up. Jeez. There.
And we need more lights.
Oh, here, you can have this one.
And we need an ashtray. Isn't that cool?
No.
It's a fidgeter. Anyway. All right. All right, we're going to take off my Rocktastic, Flametastic sunglasses off. Boop. I still look like crap. I'll admit. I'm so tired. I'm only like running on an hour and a half sleep. Not good. But I was so hyped up from yesterday's live stream and all that. You know, and just for people coming on here saying they missed me, welcoming back, it meant a lot to me. It really did. In a lot of ways. And I told everybody, and I'm going to tell you this again, guys, I appreciate your prayers and your thoughts and your well wishes with me, because it got me through with what I was going through in the hospital. And I thank you. Thank you. The power of prayer works, guys. It really does. And I hear Cam. Anyway. Samurai, what's up? My husband was stationed in Germany when he was in the army. He was stationed in Nuremberg from 1985 to 1989. So, but I am so happy and relieved. I was discharged yesterday. When I got out of the car, first of all, I told Jim, I said I had to have a McCafe from McDonald's. And he says, all right, we'll do that. And then when I got home, I saw 2 welcome home gifts, 2 kittens underneath the house. There's actually 3, but and Jim's not happy about that. Yeah. So life goes on. And actually, when I got home, I cried. A lot of men and women who've had heart attacks or near-death experiences have depression, and I was depressed. I was crying. I was happy I was home, but I appreciated my house more. I appreciate my husband more, my cats, my life more. So in a way, it was like a spiritual awakening. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But it was like really the worst experience I've had in the hospital. I hope I don't ever have that kind of experience again.
$0 delivery fee for a limited time. Only in the Sonic app.
What the? We don't want to hear about Sonic. No. We don't want to hear about Sonic.
I thought I had it stopped, but obviously it...
Yeah. Are you okay, Annie? Now, are those? Is that Juniper, Mama, and Panther and the kittens?
Mama and Panther squaring off.
Oh, what's it?
And then they both ran off and opened the door.
Of course. Whoa. They're fighting for Juniper. That's what it is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
One, two.
yeah, I have to. Oh, I had to reach for something. Oh my god, I hate.
4. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah.
Well, is it?
All right. Yeah, don't. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I mean, 12 likes, people from. You've had a lot of views today. A lot of people's up.
Did you see the guy that was talking about making some kind of oil?
No.
He was advertising it pretty much.
No.
And he's like, just because I make it doesn't mean I'm doing it. I said, yeah. Well, that's the same thing with dope dealers. They don't, snort up the profits and stuff. Most of them don't. If they do, they snort profits up and smoke the profits up and then shoot the.
Yeah. So, they thought you were ending it when you were walking inside?
Hold on, my back. Oh, I have to reach for something again. Oh, my back. Oh.
Oh, well, you're just making assumptions, though.
No, I know it. I know. Thank you, honey. Isn't that cool?
Oh, good. Velvet.
Anyway, what is Rocket Queen? I know the song. I was in a heavy metal band back in the 80s. No joke. My band's name was Bite. And we actually opened up for GNR. And so one of my best friends was Steven Adler. And stuff. And so Rocket Queen, everybody thinks Rocket Queen because I used to play Rocket League a lot. That, because I played Rocket League, it was like Rocket Queen, No, it's from the song. So that song has deep meaning to me. It's very sentimental to me. And so, what do you think it means? Yeah, I'm asking you, what do you think it means? If you know the song, explain me the song. Why should I tell you what the song is about if you know the song? I'm the same. So tell me what the song's about. Inquiring minds want to know. Time's ticking away. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. You're taking too long to answer. I'm just saying. This Rocket Queen, I'll tell you about this Rocket Queen. I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. I'm a recovering crack and heroin addict since 2004. Alcohol since 2011. I should have been dead years ago. I should have been dead, a few days ago, actually. But we caught it early. Because I had sepsis, So now I appreciate my life even more. I had a spiritual awakening. I didn't see Jesus. I didn't see a white light or anything. But I feel like I had another spiritual awakening to make me realize what's important in life. Like my family, my friends, you guys. You just being here is enough. I don't expect anything from you. I don't do this for the fame. I don't do this for the money. You'll see a lot of channels, and I'm going to just say this straight out. You're going to see a lot of channels on here monetized. Now they're being demonetized for some reason or another. But why be a part of them? I'm saying this, just think about it. You're buying a membership to support them. I get that. They bring value to your life, right? But all you get is, first members, members first video, and what these little emojis and all this other crap. They're doing it for a different reason. I'm not. I'm different. I know when I was on Mixer, I did the sub thing, and like with the Embers for All, with the money from that, I donated to Strong Tower, a faith-based rehab in Houston, Texas. The money didn't go to me. It went to Strong Tower, along with a letter with everybody's name on it. Because I didn't make it happen. The people that donated made it happen. This stream's not all about me. It isn't. Right now, in this space, this is our space. Whatever's going on in the world is going on. Whatever's going on in the universe is going on. This is our space. This is our time together. This is our moment together. And whatever you chat about in the chat, you get more out of the stream. That's how usually things run. When you put more into it, the more you get out of it. Like you do in AA meetings, NA meetings, Celebrate Recovery meetings. But that light is so bright. You blinded me. Blinded by the light. Anyway, but great song from Manfred Man. But a lot of people on here are very, well, of course they're going to have their own opinions. They have a right for that, okay? I have my own opinions. You have your own opinions. All that stuff. And you have to be careful on what communities you're a part of. And then when they say this, well, yeah, your family, your fam, oh, you're so authentic, you're so real, your family, oh, and then all of a sudden, just by one little thing a person says, they exile you. that hurts. It does. But people come and go in your life, right? And you know, people on here will write stuff, type stuff in the comments or whatever, and maybe I'll read it and maybe I'll get lost in translation, right? It happens. That's why I like to communicate. That's why I like to flap my gums. I don't like texting with people. I really don't. You know? But yeah, people have channels that bring their own value to their community or what they're a part of. You know, I'm a part of the recovery community, the mental health community, because that's my life. And not a lot of people want recovery right now. I get that. Everybody's on their own journey. I get that. I was a chronic relapser myself. I should have been dead years ago. I get that. But sometimes, you know, I get very blunt honest with people. Okay? And a lot of people don't know how to take it. But that's okay because I planted a seed. That's okay. Maybe they'll come back. If they do, they do. If they don't, oh well. But when a community, and let's say this, without saying any channel names or anything, when a community says, oh, your family, oh, you know, and they, you know, you do a lot for that community. You show your love and support or what, and then you say one thing wrong and they exile you. Something's not right with that. It's not. But you know what? I'm a Christian, and I forgave them. And I'm still forgiving them on a live stream. Because, you know, like in Proverbs 16:9, God had a plan. God puts people in our lives for a reason. And I always believe that, by the way. God puts situations in our lives for a reason, good or bad. It's all about lessons. It's all about our journey, right? And that family, that so-called family I had, and I was talking about me, by the way. Yeah. And when I said that, it's very funny. When I said that, I said, yeah, I was talking about me, by the way. 2 people left. Were they lurkers from that family? Possibly. I don't freaking care anymore. What goes around comes around. You know? They serve their purpose. You know? They serve their purpose for me. But now, I still have room to grow. To build what I want to build. Not just for me, for you guys. So I'll say this. When you go on somebody else's stream, and watch them for a while, don't sub to them right off the bat. You don't really know what they're like. For the first time you watch them, you don't even know what I'm like. Well, you probably get an idea, but I'm just saying. If you watch them for, say, 90 days, that'll give you an idea of what that community is really like. If you watch, say, my stream, you'll get the gist of what my channel is really like. Or watch the live streams, or watch my shorts, or watch other people's streams, or what, you know what I mean? I'm not going to please everybody. I know that. And believe me, in my life, I've burned a lot of bridges. And other two people just dropped. I say things from the heart. I say things that matter to me. And I do speak up about a lot of things. I wear my heart on my sleeve. That's who I am. Now, back in my addiction, I wouldn't give two shits about you. Unless you had, and some. Yeah. I am grateful for what I have. I truly am. More than ever, I think. After one incident, poof. Exiled into the atmosphere, into the universe. And the thing is, other people will probably end up the same way as me. With that community. But that shouldn't be my concern. My concern is this community, the Wildfire, the Queen's Light Brigade. You are not alone in addiction. You are not alone in the fight of addiction and or mental illness. We will uplift you. We will support you. Nobody is left behind. And I mean that. And so, yeah. I appreciate every view I get. You know, I appreciate every troll I get too. The joke's on them, Yeah. Because it pushes my algorithm up a little bit. But isn't it funny? Isn't it funny when you feel you're a part of a community, for such a time, right? And by one thing you said, one sentence you said, bam! And it's very funny that a lot of that community doesn't come here anymore. I wonder why. You know why that is? And in a way, I hope they hear this, because everybody drank the Kool-Aid with that community. I guess I started to, but I drank the coffee, if you know what I mean. But their duct tape didn't stop my mouth from talking. You get it? I'm going to say that again. Yeah, I drank their coffee for a little bit. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah. But their duct tape didn't stop me from talking or saying what's on my mind or saying what matters. Yeah. People are going to do what they're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And yeah, I've said to people, I'll do this for somebody, or I'll do this, or I'll do that. And yeah, I got sidetracked. And if I said something to you, like I said, well, I'll do this for you, I'll do that for you, whatever. Life happens. People get sidetracked. You know? If you were one of those people, just say, you know what, Rocket, like, you told me you were going to do this for me. You never did. I can't admit when I'm wrong. But I will speak up for what is right and what matters to me. Honey, all right, listen to this. So I just came up with this. I said, you know, with this certain community, I didn't mention any names. All right, hold on. Listen to me. Yeah, he's like, oh my gosh, he's bringing this up again. Just listen to me. I'm not bringing up any names. No community. All right. I said, yeah. Because I said, yeah. It's very funny that a lot of these people don't show up because they drank the Kool-Aid. I said, no. Better yet, they were drinking the coffee. I said, I was drinking the coffee. I enjoyed it. And then with one little sentence, I said, bam! I got exiled, right? But their duct tape didn't keep me from saying what mattered to me.
Yes, they're
pretty cool. See?
Yeah. Again, you are letting it under your skin. And
no, because I know people are just like.
Change the topic. I gotta go to the bathroom.
The truth hits hard. If you know in your heart You did what you could for certain people, and they just exile you from that community or whatever. Whatever. It's their loss. It's not your loss. It's their loss. So I'm just going to say again, when you listen, you know, I'm going to say this too. We're all human. We're all human beings. We want to be a part of something. We want to be a part of the group. We want to be a part of something greater than ourselves. We want to be a part of a community that has the same ideals, same morals, same values. You know, and sometimes it only takes one thing just to sad. And I'm going to tell you this too. Patience and tolerance. If somebody says to you, well, you need a little patience and tolerance and stuff. Oh, really? Oh, really? You're pointing the finger at me? When there's 3 fingers pointing back at you? Take a look at yourself. You know? You can't contradict yourself. And I'm just going to say this. Speak up on what matters to you, that you believe in your heart. You know? If you don't tolerate a certain group or whatever, let them be. Join another group. Do it. I don't, you know. With every community on YouTube, you're going to deal with a lot of people, a lot of personalities, okay? And YouTube is pretty much a microcosm of what the world is today. You know? You're not going to like everything about people in that group. That's life. You might tolerate people, say people at work and stuff, you have to work with them, okay, you know. But just go about your business. But speak what matters in your heart. You know? Share your story with people that if you're in recovery, we have to break the stigma of addiction and mental illness. Speak your story. You'd be surprised. You'll be helping a lot of people, including yourself. Because when you're in recovery, like myself, I had to give it away. And by me helping you, you're actually helping me. So it's a win-win situation. Cheers. So Monster is the only rock I can feel for this rock queen. Hell yeah. Cheers. Click. But anyway, let's get off that topic. You know, people can be so petty nowadays. About every little freaking thing. But it's all right for them to say certain things, right? You know. I'm not the only streamer on YouTube or Twitch or on X that has the same issues with other streamers in this community. You know, I work hard at what I do. I actually think about what I want to plan, and sometimes it takes a left turn because I get sidetracked about life with life. Okay? And some people cheat their way to the top. And I'm going to say this. I did that when I was on Twitch. Almost every streamer does that. On Twitch, on Kick, on even on YouTube too. And I did it, and I felt, you know, when I came to my senses, I felt like I was buying sex like I was a soldier in the red light district of England or Quebec.
Did you even say anything to that guy who asked you to put the camera outside?
What? Oh no!
What?
Oh my God!
Oh, you didn't see it? Okay.
My YouTube chat froze. You should have came in here and said, "Yo, he's at." I'm
like before I went to the bathroom. Yes, like
I know, but my chat froze. This pan. Oh my freaking word, man! Here I'm talking. I see people coming in and out, and that one, this bird Dookie said, you know, oh my God. So the last thing I saw by Bird Dookie was, but what is a rocket queen? And that's all I saw.
Oh, okay.
You know how I am. I don't snub people off.
Yeah, I know.
And now I see Dishpan was here, Bertuki was here. What the hell?
Sorry.
I apologize, guys.
Oh.
I apologize. It was not under my control. My YouTube chat was frozen. And oh my word, dude. Bertuki, forgive me. Dishpan, forgive me. I won't be snubbing you off like that. I'm not like that. and crap. Really crap. I don't know why that was frozen. The joys of streaming, guys. The joys of streaming. I'm always worried about my audio and stuff, right? Now I have to worry about the chat freezing. Unbelievable. Shit. Oh well. Shit happens, right? Life happens. You know, sometimes you have to go with the flow. You know, and hopefully they'll come back and say, well, what happened? You know, here we're, trying to get your attention, whatever. You're flapping your gums, Rocket. You're just going off. You're just talking. You're not answering us. What's going on? That's not you, Rocket. Yo. You were probably sending out flares like SOS, Rocket. Check your chat or whatever, right? You were sending smoke signals up. Rocket, check your chat. What's going on? You can't see what we're saying? Huh? You can't see? Huh? What? Rocket! Oh, my... Jeez. Deadpan! Listen, all right, come here, boy. Cyber love hug, cyber apology hug, cyber frozen chat hug. Please forgive me hug. I'm gonna say this. What the hell? My YouTube chat got frozen. You know me, Dish. You know me. I don't snub people off. And I do apologize, even though it was not under my control. I was in a few minutes ago, but I thought you were pissed with me. No! Why would I be pissed at you? See? Oh my God. See? Lost in translation. Just like, hey, wait, Dishpan, just like that situation when I called that troll, well, you must be a Democrat because you're acting like a jackass. You're a Canadian. You knew what I was talking about. Oh, I was on fire, baby. But you remember that live stream I went off about, the Democrat and the jackass and you guys, and you're like, I'm from Canada. I already know what you were talking about. And you also said that was mild compared to what trolls say. Remember that? Yeah. Unfreaking believable. Man. Oh, I came up with a new slogan. I was ranting, I guess, okay? I speak my mind, okay? You know that. But I wouldn't say any names. No channel names, nothing. But you know who I'm talking about, right? So I said in this one rant, I guess, I don't know if you were here or not. I told Jim this, what I came up with. I said, yeah, everybody in that community was drinking the Kool-Aid. But I said, no, wait, no. They were drinking the coffee. I was drinking the coffee too. And just because of one sentence I said, bam, I got ousted. So I said, you know what? But the duct tape community oh man. I just screwed that up. I meant to say I was drinking the coffee too, but I can't even say it now. The duct tape didn't stop me from saying what mattered to me most. Jamie, what's up, buddy? Hey, welcome back. How are you? How are you? Happy recovery, my friend. Nope. No, wait, hold on. Jamie? I love you. I love everybody in this community. I have respect for you. We might not agree on certain things. Hell, I might even trigger you maybe about something. Right? But at least we can have a dialogue to talk about these things. That's why we go to meetings, right? To learn from each other. And maybe have some aha moments. Saying, oh yeah, yeah. But it's still... I talked about you to Jim. Ellen. In a good way, by the way. But it's very funny, Jamie, okay, that I came up with this. All right, well, I'm only running on an hour and a half sleep. Last night, I had a live stream. You were a part of that. And I was high on life. And I felt good being home. And I felt good watching YouTube. And yes, I even watched my own stream. Well, I had to check to see the audio was fine, whatever. You know what I mean? And it made me feel good when you guys, when you said, yeah, Enid. Enid, Oklahoma. It's ENID. Oh my God. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, that's why I feel like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz at times. But so I'm running on an hour and a half sleep. I was high on life. I was going to be home and whatever. And I talked to certain members of that community. Okay? When that community, you have to understand this. When a community says your family, oh, your family, and you're a part of something, you do something for that family, and stuff, and they, stab you in the heart saying, I guess you're not a friend, huh? That shows their character. That hurts. But you know what? I was talking to somebody. She's like a sister to me. And sometimes she comes on here too, but I'm not going to say her name. And she's been going through a lot of crap in her life. Yeah, well, all right. Well, that's life, But it's sad what's happening to families nowadays. You should watch Cynthia! Oh, how you doing, girl? Oh, how are you, my girl? Cyber love hug! I'm only running on like an hour and a half sleep, I'll admit. So I think I'm all woohoo. I'm on fire. How are you? But Jamie, you know what I'm talking about. There's actually Dispan, you should look up on YouTube 60 Minutes in America, not in Australia. 60 Minutes America, and they talk about how families nowadays are estranged more and more. Even if it's the tiniest thing. It could be, oh, you're wearing the wrong shirt. Oh, bye, you're out of the family. Chewing gum, how are you? What gum are you chewing today? All right, wait. I'm good. My daughter and her boyfriend came to eat with me. I cooked for them, so I'm feeling also good. And full, probably, right? What did you make? And you didn't invite me? Cynthia, you didn't invite me? I am so hurt by that. Oh, my God. Cynthia. Ugh. But Jamie, I came up with a saying, actually. I said that community was drinking the Kool-Aid. But then I said, no. I said they were drinking the coffee, just like I was, right? And I said, but the duct tape didn't stop me from saying what really mattered. You get it? Only certain people would know what I'm talking about. Well, thanks for dropping in, chewing gum. Have fun with your sleepover. What are you going to do with your sleepover? watch movies, play video games, fried chicken, homemade mac. Oh my, Cynthia! Oh my God! That's Southern fruit. That's Southern hospitality right there, Cynthia. You didn't have collard greens with bacon? I make some good Southern food myself, I'll admit. Oh, come on. Shut the front door. Bam! All right? Man. Shit. I know. I do too. With bacon. You put butter, you put salt and butter and the bacon, and you put the bacon grease. See, I know how to cook Southern. Trust me. I miss cooking. I really do. You know. I said to Jim tonight, I said, you want to go out to eat? And he's like, no, we're having problems with the car. Well, actually, it's Brother Mike's car, part of his church family. You know, let him borrow the car, and he's having problems with it. And he said, no, maybe tomorrow. But Jamie, Jamie, I'm still forgiving him. I'm still forgiving him on live streams. But, you know, I pray that you get to go out. Well, look what happened last time I went to Sonic. I ended up in the hospital. I almost died. You know what happened? I ended up in the hospital. It wasn't because of Sonic. I ended up in the hospital for a few days because, you know, of sepsis. Yeah, I had a tube on my nose. Remember? That's why I got home yesterday. You don't remember that? Oh. I'm sorry. Lost in translation again. It's about Jamie. I bet you Jamie right now. I bet you this pan's like, shut up about it already. It's enough. It's dead. You're beating like a dead horse. You know, I have to talk about it. And I'm trying to do it in a classy way. You know, and at times it could be attacking. But it's not attacking. It's saying what matters to me the most. I felt like I was a part of a family, of a certain community, Jamie knows what I'm talking about, and so does Dishpan, where I used to be on a panel every so often. And I did certain things for this community. Listen, if I do things for you, I don't expect anything back. I truly don't. Seriously, I don't. Just say thank you. That's all. Thank you. Okay? So this happened a couple of weeks ago. I was on a panel on a certain live stream. I'm not saying any channels or names or anything. And a troll came on named Hector, and he was talking a lot of shit. Crap, okay? And so somebody said to that troll, "Well, I had your mom last night. You're a vet and stuff. You talk like this, blah blah blah, whatever." And then the troll says, "Well, you look like a Democrat." And I went off, and I said, "Well, you must be one because you're sounding like a jackass." And two of the members of the panel goes, "Oh, Rocky, you can't say that. Oh, I'm a Democrat. Oh," and all this stuff. What? Now, mind you, I'm going to say this. They were smoking pot. All right. I'm not saying they were all zooted out, but you catch my grift, right? All right, so yeah, I know. Yeah, but no, that I don't care about that troll. It's about what happened after that. I felt that I felt that the person. All right, hold on. I felt that the person that was ahead of that stream on his channel didn't stick up for me. He stuck up with the other guys. I was talking about the troll. I wasn't talking about those two. And even Dishpan, who's a Canadian, understood what I said. He says, "I'm Canadian." When Rockets said what she said, I already knew what she meant. It was towards that troll, wasn't towards, you know. So I wrote this. I had this guy's phone number, okay, and it was just a lot of chaos. And he said, I wrote this guy, and I just went on a rant and stuff, and maybe it sounded like an attack or what, I don't know, but I would say what mattered to me and stuff, and he said, and I'm not. He said, "Well, you have to have patience and tolerance and stuff." And I'm trying to present to you guys the whole story without being one-sided, because that's how I am. Okay? That's how I am. I have integrity. Sorry. He talked about patience and tolerance. But if somebody is acting the way they are, I respected this guy. He was like my brother. I told him he was like my brother and all that. And then he sides with the two potheads? Bullshit. Bullshit. But then he's like, well, you have to have patience and tolerance. A lot was going on the panel. Well, then you should have that many people on the channel. Or on the panel I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And all that. And then he said, well, and then he said, well, I guess you weren't a friend, huh? Because he said, well, if you want to talk about it, we can talk about, FaceTime or on StreamYard and all that. I had no problem with that, but I needed to process certain things. So I let things go for a few days. Then I said, all right, you want to talk now? You want to talk now? He banned me on Instagram. He probably banned me with the phone. But what hurt the most, okay? What hurt the most, what he said, oh, I guess you weren't a friend? Oh, I guess you weren't a friend, huh? When his daughter died, I was with him. I supported him. I did things for that group with Java Jet, okay? I'm not trying to be like, say, well, see, I did stuff for them. I'm not trying to be like that. I'm trying to show you guys that that stabbed me in the heart. And then he said to me, well, I know you have a lot of stuff going on, but that doesn't give you a right to say what you said and whatever he said. And I'm like, wow. In that live stream, I did talk about my son Sean and stuff. And then that troll comes on and says, well, you look like a Democrat. And that's when I said, well, you look like a Democrat because you're talking like a jackass. That's all I said. So now I'm exiled from that group, from that family. And he praised me. He says, there's not many channels like yours. You're doing a good thing by helping others. And all this stuff. And then he stabs me in the heart like that. I don't mean to crash out. See, I'm crying. Oh, my God. I hate that phrase, crashing out. But he had issues with other people. I'm not going to say names. But he tolerates them. He lets them back in the group. I'm sorry for bringing negative energy on the stream right now. I'm not trying to do that. I am trying to show that hold on. I understand. Sorry, I'm not trying. I understand you try. Oh, God, I can't. I try you. I understand you try to see good in all people. He's not worth your time or energy. When the time is right, he will realize what mistakes he made. He should have known you weren't talking to him. No, it was to the two as it wasn't to him. But I mean the text was to him, but on that panel it was hold on. I'm not naming names. But I reached out to somebody and they said that, and they've been in that community for years. Okay? And they noticed that he sticks with people that he's familiar with and all that stuff. And he will avoid conflict. But there were times where he'll go on my shorts. He said, I miss you a bit, or he'll say, you're doing a good thing, for people and recovery, whatever. And we even did a test stream on, with us. We even had FaceTime with each other, just him and I, talking about recovery stuff. And then I was learning a lot from him. Excuse me, spiritually and stuff. And he even said to me, Braveheart, I can't, he even said to me, I just went. He even said to me, I'm paraphrasing here, that I wasn't conning people like what we used to do in our addiction. And it's like, I'm for real. I'm authentic. I'm like, yeah, please change the subject. I don't want you to get upset. No, you're fine, lady. I'm a friend. You meant to me, but I just want you to I don't want you to get upset and ending back in the hospital. Okay. No, I'm sorry. No. And I think, and two, I am going through something with Sean, my son, okay? And I was watching a video on YouTube. And I was watching, it was actually last night after the stream. I couldn't get to sleep. I was high on life, because of the stream last night, and all that stuff. And I was watching the A&E show Intervention. And they were showing this mother on there saying, I just want my family back. Because her daughter, her son was on fentanyl. I just want my family back. I want Sean back, okay? I want him to get help. I was there for him when his daughter died. He doesn't remember that, does he? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to take score. I really am not. I'm not trying to say tit for tat. I'm really not. It's just it's very funny that nobody in there's a few there's a few in that community that come on here, okay? But there's a lot of them that don't come on here anymore. And I feel like either somebody had to say something to that community saying, don't go on her stream. I can't go back to that community anymore. I can't. Even if things work out, I can't. That trust has been broken. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not chasing after him. Okay? I'm not chasing after Sean. All right? Tough love. I'm not chasing after. I talk about this situation, but I'm not chasing after him. I forgive him on every stream now, it seems like. Some people know who I'm talking about, but I'm trying to say it in a classy way, in my own Jersey way. And there have been people, I'm not naming names, where they said that they were upset because they heard about what happened. Okay? And they were upset on how they handled the situation. I was wronged. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry that happened. Sean will get help. I'm so praying for him. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I really do. I pray for you guys. Oh, and Cynthia, I'm going to say this real quick. In the beginning of the stream, I know you weren't here on the beginning of the stream. I'm going to put up a community post down below. Right? And I'm going to put a prayer list. And if you have prayers, say, please pray for, pray for me, or pray for my daughter, pray for my, son, or, like a prayer wish list, or, you know what a prayer list is. And so everybody can just put down, well, Please pray for, say, my son Sean. Please pray for my dying father. Please pray for, and I'm going to do that. Maybe he will come around and realize the mistake he made. I don't think so. But, you know, nothing's impossible, right? I am going to do that. And you know what I did too? I actually prayed before I started the stream. I mean, I started the stream, but I did pray to God in Jesus' name about having a good stream, about how I was hoping for the Queen's Light Brigade to uplift each other, to support each other, to come together, you know, and all that stuff. You know, and I seriously think this last stint in the hospital really gave me like a spiritual awakening. I didn't see no God. I didn't see no light. I didn't see no Jesus. What? It was a spiritual awakening on how life is fragile and how much my mission is important to me and how much I want to put my message out to the world. It's not all about me, guys. It's not. You guys make the stream. I don't. You guys do. I mean this. The world's getting darker and darker and darker every day. Okay? It's a spiritual warfare. Okay? We all know this. Look what, but this is our space. We don't care about what's happening in the world right now. But the Queen's Light Brigade is trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we can't get all the darkness in the world, guys, but we're going to fight like how to get rid of it. But I haven't been putting my prayers or my Bible verses up since I came home for the past few days. I didn't do it last night. I should have done it last night, but I was just too, focused on other stuff. Because I want more God in my stream. I want more spirituality in my stream. I want us to talk about, if somebody that doesn't believe in Jesus, I want them to say, well, give me your testimony about Jesus, about, and then one of us stands up and says, well, I believe in Jesus. He died for all our sins. And you know what I mean? Yes, and you have touched a lot of people doing what you do. Don't think about the ones who have turned against you. Think about the ones you've touched. I love you, girl. I think of the world of you. Thank you. Thank you. Cyberhug. Thank you. This might say what you say. Can I just say, oh, God, no. Can I just say something? This might say what you said means a lot to me. It really does. You know, I don't ask much from people. I really don't. You know, and I see what's going on in the world. And I see the darkness. And I get sucked in the darkness too, guys. I do. I get, brainwashed from the white voice too. I'm not perfect. But just by you saying you reached out to a lot of people, even Jim says, Vic, you're reaching out to people in New Zealand, in your grandma's homeland. You're reaching people in Australia, in India, Scotland, Germany, Sweden, all over. I'm not doing this for the money. I'm not doing this for the fame either. I'm not. And that's why I do what I do on here. Because of people like you. Like friends like you that say, you're doing good. Argella, what's up? We're having a crying fest here. An ugly crying fest. When you come on this channel, the Queen's Light Brigade, the Wildfire, you're going to see the good, the bad, the ugly cry, and the insanity. How are you, Argella? How are you? Cyber Love Hug! And that's like to write this, man. But it still hurts. And, it's... Alright, let's just get off the damn subject. Somebody tell me a joke or something. Well, that's a good thing, right, Argella? It's a good thing that we're all above 6. I don't know if you know this, but I ended up in the hospital for a few days. And I thought I was dying. I had a tube up my nose and everything. So, in a way, I feel like I had another spiritual awakening. I didn't see, Jesus. I didn't see the white light. I didn't, it's not that. I feel like I appreciate my family more, my husband more, my cats, you guys more, my mission more, the Queen's Light Brigade more, the Wildfire more. You can check out my live stream, from my hospital bed from, I think 3 days ago. I was out of it. I was like, I thought I was dying. And I'm not trying to be over the top either. Yeah! I feel like I did. And you know what? A chaplain came to see me while Jim was visiting me in the hospital. And the room was all dark. Right? And he comes in the room and he was talking about persistence. You're persistent. And he's like 81 years old, 170. He told us about how he became a chaplain and all that stuff. And he was talking about persistence. And he prayed. But you know what? The one thing he did that he got wrong was my name. He said Meg. Not Vicky, Meg. I'm like, oh. Oh, well. It's a thought that counts, right? I said to Cynthia that we're going to have a prayers list. in the community post, we're gonna have a prayers list. So I'm gonna say, if you need prayers or prayer request list or whatever, you can say, well, can you pray for my mother? Can you pray for my aunt? Can you pray for that I get a job soon? Can you pray that I get recovery soon? Can you pray that I get into treatment soon? Stuff like that. I feel like, yeah. I feel after Charlie Kirk's death, and I wrote a song about Charlie Kirk, and I did write a song about him. It was all instrumental by AI, but I wrote the lyrics. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I feel like I'm more trying to have a better relationship with Jesus and to be more spiritual and to actually pray or look at Bible verses. When Charlie Kirk died, I opened up my Bible and I just read a lot of scripture. And that was the most I've read scripture in like forever, it seemed like. And I went to Sunday school, and I was confirmed to the church and all that stuff. And I do believe in God. I've always believed in God. I've always believed in Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. But I feel in a way I was still fighting him with certain things. Maybe I struggled with certain things. Like I struggled with forgiveness with me about my kids. Okay, I brought this up before. I'm praying a lot for my son to get out of the streets and into treatment in Portland. Sometimes I can feel Jesus' spirit and it feels so good. Yeah. Like you're passionate about stuff. I'm going to tell you something, Cynthia. A few years ago, because of my back pain and my depression and my panic attacks, I went to a place in Tulsa, actually, called Laureate. It's a psych hospital. It's a rich man's psych hospital, anyway. And this one woman, and I swear by this, she was being discharged home. And I said, can I give you a hug? She said, and she rarely talked. And you know what she said to me? She said, you have Jesus in you. I can feel him. And when she said, I told this to Jim. When she said that, I was like, oh, no, I don't know. No, I don't know. No. And I was taken back by that. I guess I was humbled by it. Oh, I will. But do you understand what I'm saying? I was taken back by when she said that. You have Jesus in you. Like, that was like the first time, somebody said that to me. And I was like, oh, no, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Yes, man, people can sense that in someone. Well, and that's another thing, too. You asked Jim. Like, I'll give you one. I'll try and make it short. Me and stories. Even on here, people will say, you're so authentic. There's something about you that's real. And all that stuff. Well, a few years ago, back in 2020, I was going to have neck surgery. So my cardiologist said, well, we have to do some tests on you, like nuclear medicine, like do an ultrasound on your heart and then do this, nuclear, what do they do, and nuclear medicine for your heart, whatever, okay? And so I got done with the side. Randy put me in the next room. And this woman, she looked so down. Like, and here online, all right, it's a machine. It's like a CAT scan machine or an MRI machine. And so she said, here, lay down here. And I hate laying down on those things. My back, it kills my back. And anyway, so she's doing whatever. I said, are you okay? How are you doing today? And she just opened up. She was going through a rough time. She was the only one that was working that day in nuclear medicine. She was going through a situation where her mother died in another hospital because she had sepsis. They were chopping off her mother's limbs, and she passed away, right? Her father had dementia, so she would take her father to go up to see her mother, she said, oh, the boss upstairs got a new an Audi, Audi is a make of a car. But she says, my family, she said, I just want to get a vacation. But my family doesn't want my family doesn't understand. I need a break. And she said to me, she said, I don't know what it is, but I feel so comfortable talking to you. And Cynthia, it did make me feel good. That's what I do on the stream. I don't ask for anything. Except for, occasional prayers or what, you know what I mean? Or what, she felt that you were saved. I feel you were saved in love. God will put you in the right place at the right time. Exactly! Say this on the stream, where God puts people in our lives for a reason. Whether God puts us in situations, whether it be good or bad. Everybody's on their own journey and stuff. I feel like, it was my call. I didn't hear God say, "Oh, you should go on Mixer and live stream and do charity streams or whatever." It's not like, all right, but it's like I'm a very giving person. Okay, I really am. Maybe I felt like I was taken advantage of. No, that's not the right word for that situation. No, I can't say that. I felt betrayed, I guess, but let's not talk about that situation. Maybe you needed her just as much as you needed her, as she needed you. Well, the world has lost its empathy. The world has lost its compassion for people. People have forgotten to laugh. People have forgotten to have fun. People have forgotten to respect each other. And you don't have to like everything about a person. I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? But you shouldn't tolerate on what matters to you the most. Like, if it contradicts your morals and values, you shouldn't waver on that. Never waver on your morals and values, because people will take advantage of it. They'll see that crack in that armor, and they'll just slide right in, and they'll just, you know what I mean? Am I making sense? I did a lot of bad things in my addiction, and I know it's not a guarantee that I'm gonna get up to heaven, okay? But I know that my God, of my understanding, is a forgiving God, okay? He's still waiting for me to forgive myself about my kids, all right? But that's on due time. But I feel I was grounded in the church. Okay? I'm Episcopalian. I'm a pisser. All right? I always say that. I was grounded in the church while I was growing up. And I think if I didn't have that grounding from going to Sunday school, from going to church services, from being in the choir, church choir, for doing charity things with my church, being involved with my church, I don't think I would never have survived my addiction. Even when I was talking to somebody. When I was growing up, I used to adopt a lot of grandparents. I used to do a lot of volunteering in nursing homes or with convalescent homes. I used to, I donated my whole stuffed animal collection for a parade in Denville, New Jersey, so they could fill up a school bus with all my stuffed animals for the Christmas parade. I was always that person until something switched. And that's when my father was dying. People wronged me for when I was, a baseball player in Denville, New Jersey. when I tried out for the Valley softball, baseball team, I was in Little League Baseball, boys baseball, not softball, by the way. And a lot of things were going on in my life. And then something clicked. I was bitter at God. Oh, I lost my grandfather too, my father's father at that time. So I was going through a lot, and I got sucked into the wrong crowd, and we started the band, This Is My Baby, and all that. And so things took off, and then things just went all downhill from there into the abyss. I even played Santa quite a few times at my mother's complex and the Easter Bunny. And I did, I mean, it's just, this is who I am. But never hate me. I'm not saying I'm not fallible, okay? I'm not saying I'm cured from addiction, because you're not cured from addiction. Addiction is a disease like cancer or diabetes. It can be arrested at some point, but you can still have a relapse. But I feel like my recovery is number one, and I always say I'm very vigilant with my recovery. But I knew people that were sober for 25 years, 17 years, 14 years, 7 years, whatever, and they ended up back out and dying. You know what I mean? I don't think it's funny. It's just, Philip Seymour Hoffman was sober for 15 years or whatever. And guess what happened to him? He died of an overdose. I don't want to die from this disease. I will always be an alcoholic and addict. Yes, you will always be an alcoholic and addict. But when they put you in the ground or cremate you or whatever, you better be clean from everything. And of course, you're going to say, well, yeah, when you die and stuff, they put morphine in you and stuff to help you, die better. That's not what I meant. You know how some people are. So, we have all fallen short in the glory of God. I'm glad you have been clean as long as you have. That is a great thing. Yeah. I deserve to be happy. God knew I was the right one for the job to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that are struggling with addiction, mental illness, that mental illness can be managed. We have to break the stigma of addiction and mental illness. We have to break the myths of addiction. We have to fix the mental health care system in this country, especially in Oklahoma. I'm telling you, Jersey, I mean, you know, but Oklahoma is like, you know, I suffer from depression. It's not a good place to be. Yeah. And you suffer with pain too, right, Cynthia? We talked about that last night, right? Because it eats away at you. Jim's talking on the phone. Right? And it was an accomplishment, right? You felt productive. I wasted so many years where I just sat on the couch or wherever I was doing my thing, you know. And when I do nothing, you know, and two of my counselors actually said to me, you have to give yourself some grace. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Good luck with that. But, hey, you know. And Jim knows how important my stream is to me and to other people. He knows what I built in that studio. And hopefully tomorrow I'll be in the studio. Hopefully. He understands why I do this. You know, and so, yeah, like, if I cook that fajita dinner, yeah, all right, I suffered, you know, back pain and panic attacks or whatever. But look what happened to me on top of that, right? But when he was working, Jim, I would cook, you know, a lot, you know, and whatever. And then, like, when my back pain was really starting to get worse, I would cook, and then I would be down for 3 days or 4 days or whatever. You know? So Jim's like, no, I don't want you to do that. You know, I don't want you. He says, when you cook, I want, because now he's home 24/7, right? He said, when you cook, I want to be there for you, and I'll lift up the pots and pans. But I don't want him in my kitchen. You know how that is. You know how that is. You don't want other people in your kitchen when you cook, right? I had a friend. She was 24 years old. She had a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. They came in from outside one day, found their mama laying on the floor with a needle in her arm. She was... You got that right, sister! Bam! High five with that, right? I used to put, oh my God, I used to put duct tape, like red duct tape, you know, across the floor saying, nobody's going to cross this line. I should do that with him. But, you know. And that's tough. And you know, and two, a lot of these kids, all right, they learn from their parents. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? So they learn. But you know what? If their parent dies of an overdose, they think they're at fault. Or oh, they didn't love me and stuff. They love the drugs more. Or to get closer to their deceased parents, they end up using. Do you understand the psychological part of it? I used to get high with a mother and daughter, a father and son, a father and I couldn't understand that. I want to be drinking with my kids. Well, I mean, you know, or I want to be getting high with my kids. Or to me, that's what? But here they were. Oh, I hear an ambulance siren, but it's not for me. Nope, not for me. Not tonight. And I think too, like with me, my parents were divorced. My father was an alcoholic. All right, and my father had visitation rights. Now, my father used to take me to bars. Can you imagine if they came to the wrong house? Jim said that the other day. He heard a siren, right? He said, wouldn't that be something if they turned down the driveway? Oh, we're at the wrong house. We thought it was for you. So my father was an alcoholic. He used to take me to bars, okay? And so there's one time, because on Friday he would pick me up on Fridays, right? And we would spend time with my grandparents in Sparta, Ace Frehley. He wasn't. We were living with him. Ace Frehley lived in Sparta, same town as my grandparents. He actually lived like a block away from my grandparents on the same road and everything. On West Mountain Road, by the way, in Sparta. All right. So my father picked me up in Denville. I used to go to meetings with Ace. I used to be friends with Ace. But of course, you know, life gets in the way and all that stuff. But anyway, so my father would pick me up on Fridays. We would go to my father's parents' house in Sparta. Okay, my grandparents. And this one day, he went to a bar. And it's a bar we frequented. And so, and when he used to take me to bars, the barmaid would always give me 2 cherries and a Coke. You know, because I'm special. And people would give me quarters to play the pinball machines and put quarters in the jukebox machine. I would dance, and everybody was so, you know, laughing and giddy, and she's a good dancer, you know, all that stuff. But I really didn't know what's going on. You're like, but it's the attention you're getting, right? So it's all about me, it's all about me. Yeah, right. So then this one time we went to this bar, and my father said to me, "Don't tell Pop we're at a bar." Guess what happened? Oh, Pop. Oh, you want to talk to Vicky? Okay. Pop, we're at a bar. And he grabbed the phone. He said, "You're not gonna get any cokes and stuff." And my father was at the end of the bar, right? And the barmaid, I could still see her. She was, wiping the glasses with her. And she made this face like, "Sorry, honey." And I was sitting, like, wherever I was. I was far away from him. He didn't want to talk to me and stuff. And then he said, "Yeah, just give her, a Coke." And then she gave me 2 cherries and whatever. But there's plenty of times where my father got almost in accidents. There's a couple, yeah. So, but talking about bars, I used to love going to bars. I used to love playing at bars. I was the queen of shuffleboard at the zoo in Dover and all that stuff. But, but like, I loved the bar. I love this bar, Toby Keith. And so the alcohol, and when they got rid of smoking cigarettes in Jersey bars, yeah, right? Or trying to pick up women. "Hi, baby. What's your sign?" Or Or, you know what a guy said to me? He's like, he said something about KFC. He's like, "I'm a breast and thigh man. And you're looking good. You get it?" Some guys are really shallow. Anyway, all right, so but when they let go of like cigarette smoking and yeah, you get it. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Jim's talking about in Wardham, a place where he used to work. And he's so-and-so quit. Oh, so what? Whatever. So I was distracted. I'm sorry. So, so when they let go of the cigarette smoking in Jersey bars, everyone's drinking at home. Hardly anybody was drinking at the bars. They didn't want to smoke outside because they couldn't bring out their beer because they would be charged with drinking in public, and all that crap. And so that's what happened. But I couldn't let go of the alcohol. My case, the moral of the story is I felt like the alcohol was last to go. Well, this is last to go, but you know what I'm talking about. It's because I had an emotional connection with the alcohol with my father. You understand what I'm saying? And yeah. So that's why, like, a lot of, like, people, they want to be closer to their sister or their siblings or their father or whatever, you know, because they want that connection, even if it's in a negative way, even though it's harming themselves. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But, like, oh, excuse me, yawn, excuse me. But the situation with my son Sean, he knew, like, what I went through with the drugs and alcohol. He saw what happened to me. It affected our relationship. It affected my daughter's relationship with me. It affected everybody in my family, right? You know, and he would say, yeah, I'm not going to, I used to say the same damn thing. Right? You know, here I'm watching Nancy Reagan on different strokes saying, say no to drugs, say no to drugs. And here I'm high. I said, Mom, I'll never do drugs. Yeah, right. Yes, ma'am, I do. My sister with heart attacks, renal failure, she had drunk for a boyfriend. She finally ran him off last week, and I pray she doesn't take him back because when he drinks, he gets mean. Yeah, but it's always, and you know, right. And it's always like, oh, honey, I won't ever do it again. I'm sorry. I'll go to meetings. I'll do it. And it's a honeymoon period, right? And then all of a sudden something snaps, right? It's a vicious cycle with abuse. Whether it be emotional abuse, physical abuse, and stuff, it's the same. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I'll straighten myself up. And a lot of times, like my mother said to me, she's lucky that she didn't end up turn out to be an alcoholic, because that's what happens in relationships. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, ma'am. She was gonna take him to try him out, set her butt at last minute. He went, yeah. I was the same line. He's talking about Bigfoot. I've had enough of Bigfoot. He wants to move down to southeast Oklahoma to hunt for Bigfoot. He wants to rent this place out and get a place out in South Oklahoma. And there's a thing called the Oklahoma octopus. To me, it's like the Loch Ness monster. Okay, you know, I don't know, or Dogman, but I was the same way, you know. But a lot of times when addicts really want the help for themselves, and they're waiting for a bed to get into treatment, they usually die and it's a shame. But unfortunately, a lot of addicts and alcoholics have to die for us to live, to learn from them, to remind us that that could have been us. But for the grace of God, go I. You know what I mean? Skinwalkers. What skinwalkers? I've heard of. Oh yes, skinwalkers. You'd be able to find one in the Appalachian Mountains. Do you know my father-in-law, my ex-father-in-law, actually tracked the whole Appalachian Trail. And in New Jersey, there's a part of the Appalachian Trail that he used to walk with Sean and Christy. No, I know. Tough love. I know. I know. Bigfoot in the Appalachian Mountains, they say there is plenty. I know, they were saying there's like a whole like flock or like a pack of Bigfoots in West Virginia now. They're all coming out of the woodwork, literally. I mean, whatever. Yeah. He says he doesn't want to go to Southeast Oklahoma for Bigfoot. He just wants to get away from people. We're away from people. Well, except for our in-laws and what. But come on. He wants to hunt for Bigfoot. And there's a guy, I think you met him on here, Oklahoma. I said, you in Oklahoma, and this other guy, I think Monster 911 or 911, yeah, Monster 911. He lives in Cleveland here. You all three should go to Southeast Oklahoma and hunt for Bigfoot. Good luck. Maybe I'll dress up as Bigfoot and yeah, and did you hear a few years ago there was a news story that this woman in West Virginia, by the way, got pregnant by a Bigfoot. Right? And she was surprised because her husband, wait, hold on. Her husband was like old. Like you could tell she was probably a crackhead and he was like, her sugar daddy in a way. And he was, sterile. Right? And here she is, and she says, yeah, I got pregnant by Bigfoot. Yeah, right. And then she tells the story, said, well, we were all camping out with friends and stuff. Yeah. She was going in somebody else's tent, and not Bigfoot tent. That's some people are just crazy. Like Yeah. I bet you that Bigfoot had a big. It wasn't Bigfoot. It was a big. Oh my God. I'm just saying. Here's a Bigfoot hunter himself.
Where?
Right there. Can you see him?
Whatever. Oh.
Where is he? Oh, there he is. He's right there. He's hunting for something for Bigfoot to eat.
Here's a monster for you.
Oh, look. There's Cherokee. 20. There's Osage.
Wait, I mean, is
I don't know.
Cynthia still on the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Osage is on his, he's looking out. Watch! Cherokee's coming out.
Come on, Cherokee.
Hold on, guys. Nope. Jim, he wants to go out. Honey? He wants to go out. He just, there. They're going to be hunting for Bigfoot. I'm also thinking about doing an ASMR stream. You know, at just, you know, like out in the woods. Like, with not me talking. I'll put duct tape or Gorilla Tape on my mouth just to make sure that I'll go for the ASMR. And no, I'm not gonna be licking ears and whatever. You know how they are. Yeah. But it should be just at, see, I would have like a spotlight. I mean, not a bright one. You know what I'm talking about, right? So it just slightly shows, you know, like the backwoods, right? And just put it out there. Yeah, have a weenie roast and make s'mores and sing campfire songs and tell ghost stories. Woo! Like we're the Brownie Troop again. Like we're the Girl Scouts. Woo! Were you ever the Girl Scouts? I was in the Brownies. I never made it to Girl Scouts. I hated their uniforms. He's been wanting to camp out like a few years ago. Like he has his like B.O.B. bag, his bug out bag, and I think there was a couple times he tried to do it in the woods, but Lunar, our cat, would follow him, and he didn't want that. Yeah. But honey, we're not glamming out. Now they call it glamping, where they have like the air conditioner, the electrical plugs, the real bathrooms, I like to get my hands dirty. I wish in a way, Jim, but I mean, he films a lot of stuff outside, but he doesn't do anything with the videos, and he should put them up on YouTube. You know, and when he was on Xbox, they used to have a thing called Upload Studio, right? And we would make videos. That's how we met. I will have to sit in the woods late at night. He does. We do. I do at times. And stuff. I haven't done it lately, I'll admit, but you know. He does. He walks the pond. There's a pond back here. And he'll just do. And he'll take the camera with him. And he'll do. And he'll record stuff. And sometimes, like, the frogs, ribbit, and then the crickets, and then, but we have trail cams too. I know where that pond is, but I haven't been there in years. The first time I went to that pond was when I came here in 2016. I was here for 18 days to see if I would like it here. And so Jim would go to work, and I took a walk with Cody, our dog, and we would, you know, walk in the woods. Well, I found that pond, and I found this spider, and I actually filmed it. Because it was so unusual. I never saw a spider like that. I was like, oh, wow, look at that. You know? And I deleted the stupid freaking video by accident. Because I was talking to my in-laws. I wanted to show them I deleted it by accident. But yeah. We have a fire pit. You know, out there. We can put, like, they have these logs or these packets where you throw it in the fireplace or in a fire pit, and it actually makes the flames different colors. That'd be cool. You know? Yeah. Not a burn pit either. God. Yeah. That would be so nice if he just joined us, right? Yeah. We would trade recipes and everything, right? I hope one of these days we'll get to visit somehow or whatever, you know. We'll have two women that cook in the kitchen with a red tape, duct tape saying, do not cross. We'll hit you with a frying pan, a cast iron frying pan. Bam! Right on the head. There was times in my addiction where I actually did that to somebody. And do you know, I hit him with that. I don't know how he survived it. Because he was spazzing out and stuff. It was a total buzzkill. And I was trying to get him out of my house. And I took the pan, and he's, what happened to him? Maybe he got a concussion. I don't know, but still. I'm looking at my kitchen, and it's like, you know, I will admit, guys, I will admit, Cynthia, that sometimes that kitchen is a very lonely place. I'm just saying, you know. But I have to give credit where credit's due. Jim is trying his best. You know, he did a lot of air fryer stuff. You know, but I mean, but he does cook like pasta on the stove or what, you know. And you know what? He even looks up recipes on YouTube. He does. You know? But I really want to cook so bad. I mean, I did the other night and I suffered, but I didn't care. Because you know why? I don't want people that have smiles on their faces and burps and farts and, you know what I'm talking about? Just seeing that, well, not smelling that, no, but just, you know, seeing that with smiles on their faces, eating a good meal and stuff, that's satisfaction right there. You know, that's joy right there. He don't like air fryer. I've done that. I would Google certain recipes. That's right. Good food, great conversation. Many memories, right? Yeah. I think about all the times where, like, when I was in Jersey, I had, like, cookouts, you know, with neighbors and just family time with, you know, with my family on holidays or whatever. You know, you remember all that stuff. You know, and I'll admit, it is harder during the holidays for me. Probably for him too. Because, you know, he lost his sister, his mother, you know, whatever. But I miss my family too. You know, I want my family back. But that will be done, right? All in God's time. You can't force it either, right? You just... I just don't want that phone call from a detective in Portland saying, we found your son. Because that there would just break me and kill me. Family used to get together every Sunday, but we don't do that anymore. Only time get together is holidays. You get your family back. God is not done. He is still working it out for you. I know he is. I know he is. I think he's testing my patience. Just like with that other situation that we were talking about, you know, we're not going to get back into that conversation, but you know what I'm talking about. Oh, wait a minute. Today, I can't show you on here though, but Claire actually when I was in the hospital, Claire sent me a lot of prayers and, you know, well wishes and all that stuff. And she messaged Jim saying, how's he doing? You know, whatever. And she didn't have to do that. You know, she really didn't have to. And stuff. You know, because she has her own problems, you know, dealing with Sean and whatever, okay? But I wanted to tell her that I was in the hospital, but she can't contact Sean because of the restraining order. But if there's a way, you know, like if they had to go to court or whatever, she could say, well, you know, well, his mother's, because I told her if they're going to court together, I told her, I don't want you to tell the judge, I don't want to talk to that judge about Sean. Just like my mother did with me. You know, karma's a bitch, you know. But, yeah. So she sent me a couple of pictures of herself. And she looked happy. You know, she was at a cafe. She drinks tea. She doesn't drink coffee. She drinks tea. And she's a beautiful girl, okay? Sweet girl. Pretty smile. And I said, you deserve to be happy. You deserve better. And I'm talking against my son. And just, you know, so she's, you know, dealing with things the best she can, you know. I showed Jim her pictures, and he was happy about that, you know. You can't shut off, you know, the faucet of feelings, you know, because, you know, sometimes the feelings still drip out, right? Like drops of water from a faucet. Anyway, Cynthia, my girl. My back is she has a restraining order against him. I should really, you know what? But see, I don't want to touch on that. I should ask her, well, do you think you're an ex-girlfriend now? I don't want to touch on that for certain reasons. You know, because she's a strong woman. She's been dealing with Sean. She's trying to, you know, move forward, right? Move forward. And she's working, and she's, you know, I just don't want to trigger something where, because that's finality. She's still grieving Sean, but if I said to her now, so you're an ex-girlfriend of Sean's now, that's finality. I should be a psychiatrist, right? Or a psychologist. Where was he?
Well, just out about. I Holler his name and shine the flashlight. I guess he came running back.
You're talking about Cherokee. He was out for a little bit.
Yeah.
But Cynthia, my girl, I hate to say this, but my back is getting up there. Did your cat come home? Yes. Oh, there's Lunar. Here's Lunar. Don't come here. Do you see him? I don't know if you.
Lunar, quit.
And there's there. Can you see? Wait. I don't know if you get. Well, there's Jim. I wasn't pointing the camera at you. He thinks I this is an excuse, right? Right, that's Lunar, and Pawnee is on the counter. I don't know if you can. He has this look like, he's like, yeah. He has that Bigfoot grimace, right? I should make an AI of him with a AI Bigfoot grimace. Every time I point the camera at him. Oh, there's Cherokee. There, oh, there he is. What are you looking at? Cherokee. I think Cherokee. Okay. I want to say, oh God, it's mom. I think Cherokee is worried about us bringing in 2 more kittens. Or whatever. Because he, like, when we brought inside Osage, Cheyenne, and Kickapoo. Yeah, exactly. And so he feels threatened by them, while Muskogee is threatened by Cherokee. And Muskogee he doesn't move from this one corner. That's his safe haven. And Cherokee will go up there. Ian Pawnee will be like, whatever. And it's like he's mentally shot, basically. He has post-traumatic stress disorder from Cherokee. But last night, after the live stream, I was watching YouTube or whatever, and I got up. I was eating ramen noodles and stuff, and I went over to him. I said, "Come here," and whatever. And I put him on my lap. Now he hasn't done that in months. He sat on my lap for maybe 2 minutes, and I was happy about that. But then the other cat came around, and he's like, I'm like, no, come on. And I just let him go. And but Cherokee is still, like, yeah. And hear that? I don't know if that's Cheyenne or what. Cherokee, I think I think Cherokee feels ousted or dismissed by his daddy. But last night, he slept with daddy. And now, I don't know who's, I think Osage is in the bedroom with daddy. And Cherokee looks so... He looked... Oh no, Osage is here, there. What? So I guess Kickapoo is in the bedroom. But ever since, like Osage, Kickapoo, and Cheyenne came in the house, and we were spending more time with them, and with Cherokee, because that's Daddy's boy. Now all of a sudden, 3 other cats show up. What the hell, Daddy? What the hell? Give me some love. He has a different demeanor now. Well, Jim is the best cat daddy in Oklahoma. Hey, Zach, what's up? Who's your favorite metal band from the 80s? We're just chilling. We're just vibing. And do me a favor, Zach. Don't call me baby girl. I'm not your baby girl. Okay? Be respectful of that. I'm married. Motherfucking Slayer! And I know, and listen, we don't know each other that well, and I mean, when I was in my addiction, and all that, people, baby girl, But yeah, it just doesn't feel right at all. So what's your favorite album by Slayer? South from Heaven? I like that one album they did, the Abyss. It was in the Egyptian tombs. God, why can't I think of it? Seasons of the Abyss. That's what it is. That album was awesome. No, it's an album by Slayer. Seasons of the Abyss. And they actually bribed the guards in the Egyptian tombs to actually film in the tombs, in the pyramids. They get pornography and liquor and everything. Yeah. They're retiring. All these bands are like, well, at least they're retiring. There's a lot of other bands that should be retiring, and they said they retired, but that was all fake news. You know? But a lot of these band members are dying off that we grew up with, and sometimes it's hard to take. It's hard to accept that, like, oh my God, I'm that old. Or they say, oh, you know, like, say, Slippery When Wet, 30 years anniversary. No, he's not. His well, maybe I'm wrong. Clint Eastwood's last movie was Gran Torino. It was supposed to be. He was like 90 something and stuff. You should watch that movie, Gran Torino. He plays an old man and stuff, and you know. Good movie. I don't even think Francis Ford Coppola directs anymore. You know why? Because he's busy with his winery. He owns a winery in California somewhere and stuff. Yeah, it's about a car, but he plays an old man. You know, yeah. Don't let the old man in. Toby Keith wrote a song for Clint Eastwood named Don't Let the Old Man In. And Toby Keith actually performed that at one of his final performances on TV. There's a big country music void ever since he died. And now that George Strait and Alan Jackson, they're retiring. Well, George Strait retired. Alan Jackson's retiring because of health issues and stuff. No. I haven't seen the Mule. Mm-mm. Who directs it? Clint Eastwood? We don't even watch movies anymore. Everything's so woke. Even the remakes are so woke. Like Hollywood can't imagine anything different. It's all about superheroes. Who cares about superheroes and stuff? I like the old Batman from the 80s and the 90s, and you know. I had to ask Jim if he knows about that. They don't make movies like they used to. But a lot of independent movie companies, they're getting more audiences than the big picture companies like MGM, Lionsgate, Castle Rock. Castle Rock was Rob Reiner's movie company. We watched a movie a few months ago called Daddy Longlegs. And I hate Daddy Longlegs, I'll admit. Every time I see him, I kill him. But so he said, "You want to watch it with me?" And at that time, I mean, listen, I love the old horror movies of the 80s, like Nightmare on Elm Street, right? Friday the 13th, Night of the Living Dead, Evil, whatever, right? And so I said, I don't want to watch it. Well, I was in bed, I guess taking a nap or whatever, and he was watching Daddy Longlegs on YouTube. So I woke up and stuff, and he was watching it. And so I was having a cigarette, of course, and I was watching, and he was only, 15 minutes in the movie or whatever. And I was really getting into it. So he says, "You want me to rewind it or not rewind it, go back?" And so we watched the whole thing. And it was a good movie. And it was made by an independent film company. Hi, Prima. How are you? Welcome to... So I rather watch independent movies more than the big picture films. I think we watched Top Gun, Maverick, the last movie Val Kilmer ever made, and he only had a 13-second speaking part, and it wasn't even him speaking; it was him. It was his son speaking through AI. I'm like, And I think I saw somewhere too that they're actually they made a movie with Val Kilmer in it, with his voice in it, made by AI. So I guess his estate or his kid said, "Yeah, it's okay, you can use them because they're getting the money. That's why." Yeah, But that's them, right? Yeah, you want to see Plenty? Oh, I can't do it. Bonnie. You still. Yeah, you get to see her. Yeah. Here's Bonnie. She's a lovable cat. She really is. Yeah. This is her seat. So every time I come, right? She's like, oh, okay, mommy, here's your seat. And it's like, so I'll go to the kitchen or the bathroom, wherever, and then right away she'll, jump in the seat. And like, are you gonna jump in my grave that quick? Exactly. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, I'm just. Yep. Yeah. Take as long as you want. Yeah. Right. Like, I don't care. I don't care. She does care. She does care. I love my family of cats. Our tribe of cats. But we have to get Juniper fixed. We can't. I don't know how we're gonna do it. Maybe if we can get maybe a dog cat, animal control here. Yeah, well, that's too much. My sister-in-law, Ann. Oh my. Years ago, and you can look this up on the internet. Years ago, in Chester, New Jersey, there's a $1 million house that was decimated by cats. I think 100 cats or something. And they ruined that $1 million house. And my daughter, who was adopted out of the family, she was actually fostering a couple of the kittens. But some of the kittens were really sick and passed away, whatever. And, her parents, her adopted parents, thought it would be good for her to take care of these cats. Some of them, not. But, yeah, that house in Chester. And my aunt used to live in Chester, New Jersey. Jim Brewer is from Chester, New Jersey, the comedian. And same with my sister-in-law. I don't know how she could stand it. But they have animal hoarders. I mean, if you ever see, on Animal Planet, we don't have cable anymore, but they do have. Well, she passed away in 2023, unexpectedly. Ever since my mother-in-law passed away, I love you, Ma. I love you very much. I miss your kisses. I miss your kisses. I love you too, Ann. You're the best sister I ever had. Hercules! Are you walking in Memphis? Uh-huh. That was a song. That was a song by I'm walking in Memphis. Mark Cohen. You should look that song up. Walking in Memphis. Yeah, but Cyber Hug, welcome back. God bless to you too. Thanks for being here. Have fun in Memphis. Are you gonna go see Graceland? Oh shoot! What the heck? Mm-hmm. Are you gonna see Graceland, where the king was residing, where he died? I don't know how many my sister-in-law had, but she had a lot. Her daughter, my niece-in-law, used to take the cats to the vet to get them fixed, but there was always more cat. Like, it was just terrible. And I got Muskogee back in 2017. He was born on Valentine's Day. And so, excuse me. So, it's all during an outage of our internet. I decided to walk to my sister-in-law's house, and it's a very hot day, and here I'm looking for kittens. There's one. I'm sorry for the graphic nature of what I'm about to say. I walked up her stairs, which were very unstable, and there was and she had a dog named Monster. All right, he was very unruly. He wasn't trained or anything. All right, and I saw a little fuzz. Like, I was like, well, I walked up her stairs to go to her front porch, and there was like a dead kitten on the and it was 90 degrees out, and I couldn't understand it, and it blew my. It was, oh my god, and yeah. So, Hercules says on the car ride, I was jamming out to Michael Jackson and talking about him. My dad was singing a line from I Want to Be Starting. I remember that jam. Are you going to see the movie Michael Jackson? I want to see it, they're probably, but they're saying that they left out a lot of the parts where he was accused of being a pedo and with child sex abuse allegations and all that stuff. And a lot of people are like, well, that should have been in the movie, right? But anyway. I corrected him, and he was proud. Awesome! Bam! Yep, Michael Jackson. I remember where I was when he died. I was in Jersey. I was drinking at the time. I was playing Xbox. And I was about to switch a game. And on Fox News, they said Michael Jackson unconscious, Michael Jackson dead, or what, or whatever. And I was still drinking, and my 2 kids showed up, and I'm like, of course I had to act straight and whatever. But yeah. Just like a lot of people, older people, remember when JFK got shot, or when Charlie Kirk got shot, or, you know what I mean? It's that impactful. Listen, guys, I have to go to bed, or I just, because my back's getting up there. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. If you're struggling with drugs or alcohol, or mental illness, if you feel like hurting yourself or other people, you can always talk to me in the chat. If not, press 988 on your phone. And if you're a veteran, I salute you. Thank you for your service. And please dial 988+1. And that's for the Veterans Crisis Line. But I think we had a Rocktastic stream, huh? We're always in the back woods and just coming around and chilling out in my living room. And Jim got involved. The cats got involved, right? So, good night. And please, I don't know if I'm going to do it tonight, but hopefully tomorrow, that I will, in my community post, I will put a prayer list request. And if, say, your brother's dying of cancer, or your mother's, in a nursing home, and you want to pray for her, or, yeah, I think we're going to do that. I think it's important. It's important to this channel, because a lot of us are Christians. And if you're not a Christian, that's okay. Everybody's on their own journey. But I hope you try to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Because he is the light of the world. And I'm just trying to spread that message. I know I was saved by Jesus. But anyway, so thanks, guys, for showing up. I love you, Cynthia. I'm gonna do a cyber goodbye hug. I'm gonna take cyber goodbye hug. Cyber love hug. Cyber God bless hug. Cyber be a good human hug. There you go. All right. So you guys have a nice night, rest of the night. Be safe out there. Be a good human being. Be more compassionate. Be more mindful of people. Be more, attentive to people. Be more of a listener and not a hearer. There's a difference between the two. Do some random acts of kindness for people, like maybe opening up somebody, maybe going grocery shopping for your neighbor, maybe cooking a meal for somebody that's going through a hard time, like maybe going through a family. Just be a good human being. It's not that hard to do, guys. It's not. It really isn't. And it is a spiritual warfare. You know, you just have to pick what side you're on. The good wolf or the bad wolf. And today, I'm feeding the good wolf. So take care, everybody. I love you all. Be a good human being. Have a good night, guys. God bless.